Chapter 223. After bathing, Yunruoyan leaned against the window and looked out at the sea of clouds. There was no wind tonight, and the sea of clouds was unusually calm. She seemed to be thinking about many things, but at the same time, she didn't seem to be thinking about anything at all. Feeling a little warmth in her chest, she reached out and took out the item she'd kept close to her chest. The snow-white pearl in her palm glowed with a warm luster. Not only could this pearl allow the wearer to breathe freely in water, but it could also adjust to the temperature of the outside world, making the wearer feel comfortable. Yunruoyan had always known that this pearl was a treasure, but seeing how nervous the Zhao siblings were today, it was clear that it was far more valuable than she had expected. Autumn had passed, and winter was just around the corner. Even though there was no wind, the air was unusually cold. Even with her spiritual energy to protect herself, Yunruoyan still felt the chill. After looking at the sea of clouds for a while, she prepared to close the window and sleep. Just as she was halfway through closing the window, a red sword aura suddenly emerged from the sea of clouds, speeding toward Yunruoyan. Li Mo's sword aura was green, Yun Ma Xiao's was yellow, and Shui Yun's and Imo Yun's were both green and yellow. However, this was the first time Yunruoyan had seen a sword aura as red as this. Yunruoyan couldn't help but stop closing the window and look at the red sword aura through the crack in the window. As the sword aura drew closer and closer, Yunruoyan infused her eyes with spiritual energy to strengthen her vision. She could clearly see that the person standing on the sword aura was also a black-robed man. When the sword aura reached Yunruoyan's cottage, it rose higher and flew past the roof of the cottage. At the same time, Yunruoyan sensed an unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar aura. Yunruoyan hurriedly ran to the side room and opened the small window that she rarely opened, facing the north. Through the window, she saw the red sword aura land in the courtyard. Yunruoyan wasn't very familiar with the courtyard, and she didn't know whose house it was. However, Yunruoyan was certain that she had encountered this aura before. She had only encountered it by accident, so she didn't have a deep impression of it. Yunruoyan thought back carefully, and a moment later, she had an impression. About a month ago, they had been escorted by Yun Ma Xiao from the capital to the Kongming Mountains. Along the way, they had encountered a group of strange horse thieves, who had revealed their identity as herbalists when Zhuo Feng had shot them. Yunruoyan had sensed a powerful aura before the two bandits had appeared, but it had only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. Yunruoyan had always suspected that the owner of this powerful aura was the creator of the medicinal puppets, but she had never had a chance to find out the truth. It's this aura. Yunruoyan was certain of this. I'd like to see what you're up to, hiding your head and showing your tail. She didn't even have time to put on her outer robe. Wearing only a thin white robe, she leaped out of the small window and charged toward where the sword had landed. Soon, she arrived at the place where the sword light had landed. There were 2 rows of houses and a few independent houses. Only one of the houses was lit, and the rest were dark. It was already late at night, and almost all the students were asleep. There had to be a ghost lurking in the middle of the night. Yunruoyan retracted her aura and walked lightly to the window of the brightly lit house. She pressed her ear to the window and listened for any movements within. Indeed, she could hear the voices of a man and a woman. The woman was none other than the young miss of the Li family, Li Furong, who had clashed with Lin Qingxue earlier in the day. The man's voice was unfamiliar to Yunruoyan. However, he didn't retract his aura, and Yunruoyan could tell from his aura that he was the one who had arrived on the red sword light. After sensing his aura from afar, Yunruoyan was even more certain that this was the hidden cultivator she had encountered on the road. Based on his aura, this person's cultivation was definitely much higher than hers. If he discovered her, he would definitely be able to kill her on the spot with a wave of spiritual energy. As a result, Yunruoyan didn't dare to act rashly. All she could do was retract her aura, hold her breath, and perk up her ears to listen to their conversation. "What did you signal me for?" the man asked, his tone dissatisfied. Look at my hand. Li Furong didn't answer the man's question directly. Instead, she spoke in a flirtatious tone. How did you do it? The man's dissatisfaction was replaced by concern. Master. Li Furong suddenly cried out pitifully, I was bullied. You have to help me vent my anger. Li Furong addressed the man as master, but her tone sounded as if she were talking to a lover. Yun Ruoyan suppressed the goosebumps rising all over her body and continued listening. These are all small matters, the man coaxed softly. Once you've accomplished what I've tasked you with, you'll be able to teach anyone in Kongming Academy a lesson other than the 6 elders a lesson. Really? Li Furong's tone was filled with a smile, clearly satisfied with the man's response. I knew you'd love me the most, master. Of course. The man laughed. In order to send you to Kongming Academy, I lost 2 of my medicinal puppets, and it took me a great deal of effort to refine them. You'll have to steal the all-seeing mirror to make up for my losses. The man's words confirmed Yun Ruoyan's suspicions. This man was indeed the master of those 2 medicinal puppets. What shocked Yun Ruoyan even more was the fact that this man wanted to steal the all-seeing mirror. After all, the all-seeing mirror was one of Kongming Academy's most prized treasures. Who could it be that dared to steal it? Who would be so bold as to do so? Yun Ruoyan's curiosity was piqued. She dipped her finger in saliva and poked a hole in the paper window, peering inside with one eye. Who's there? As soon as she poked a hole in the paper window, the man sensed her presence. What's the matter, master? Li Furong asked. There seems to be someone outside. The man walked up to the door, opened it slightly, and poked his head out. However, there was no one outside. How could there be anyone in the middle of the night? Li Furong asked. Kongming Academy has always been proud of its steep terrain and its protective arrays. As a result, there's never been any night patrols, so no one would be able to discover you. The man didn't seem to think much of Li Furong's words. It's better to be safe than sorry. I don't want to ruin all my plans just because someone discovered me. This isn't a good place to stay, so I have to leave. Master. Li Furong hurriedly pulled him back. The black mist spider you gave me to protect myself was killed by that Yun Ruoyan. What? The black mist spider was killed? Yes, it's that damned Yun Ruoyan. Li Furong briefly recounted the incident with Yun Ruoyan's group earlier in the day to the black-clad man. I fed that black mist spider over a long period of time with dozens of different poisons. Most magical beasts would be able to kill it with a single bite, the man murmured, his heart pained. How could it be killed so easily? The black mist spider had been killed by Yun Ruoyan in a single blow, so no one had realized how powerful it was. What they didn't know was that Li Furong, whose cultivation was even lower than Lin Qingshue's, had relied on that black mist spider to survive the trials several times. From this, one could see just how powerful it was. The man was shocked that the black mist spider had been killed so easily, or that Yun Ruoyan was a very powerful character. Just as the man was guessing, Li Furong's angry voice rang out once more. That Yun Ruoyan ambushed me. How despicable. Once I'm done, master, you must kill Yun Ruoyan to avenge the black mist spider. Li Furong said angrily. Then, with a pitiful tone, she said, my cultivation is too low. If I don't have anything to protect myself, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect myself. Master, can you give me something to protect myself? All right. As the man spoke, he didn't move at all. He stretched out his hand, and a small green snake coiled around its body appeared in his open palm. This little snake is also highly venomous. Although it's not as venomous as the black mist spider, it can still kill an ordinary person with a single bite. Even those with high cultivation will be in big trouble if they get bitten, the man said as he handed the snake over to Li Furong. Li Furong stretched out her hand towards the snake, and it slithered into her sleeve along the back of her hand. In the future, unless it's something very important, don't send me a signal so casually, the man instructed before flying off on his sword. Yun Ruoyan's petite figure was quietly hidden in a corner of the house's eaves. The man's sudden alertness had caused Yun Ruoyan to break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, she was small and nimble, and she was able to leap onto the narrow roof of the house. Worried that the black-robed man would suddenly turn around and attack her, Yun Ruoyan curled up in the corner for quite a while. Only when she was certain that there was no danger did she land on the ground and quickly return to her own room. This was a serious matter, and Yun Ruoyan decided to inform Li Mo of it as soon as possible. The next morning, Yun Ruoyan headed to the Southern College. Today was the first day of the new semester, and the gates to the Southern College were already open. Yun Ruoyan circled around the front of the college and headed straight for the Southern Tower. Along the way, she bumped into Tsang Song. Kongming Academy didn't have a specific principal. Instead, it was governed by a council of 6 elders. At the same time, the elders were also in charge of the 3 halls and 5 colleges. However, they were usually busy with cultivation and teaching elite students, and didn't have much time or energy to personally manage the complicated affairs of the academy. As a result, each of the 5 colleges had a provost. Apart from a few important decisions that required the elders to make, most of the academic affairs were left to the provost and instructors. Tsang Song was the provost of the Southern College. Tsang Song was around 40 years old, much younger than the 6 elders, but his seniority was the same as theirs. Unfortunately, his cultivation was much lower, and he didn't have the right to enter the Council of Elders. Instead, he became a provost. "Greetings, Senior Tsang." Yun Ruoyan walked up to Tsang Song and bowed. Tsang Song had been in charge of quite a few matters during the selection of the new students. Yun Ruoyan was more familiar with him than the other provost and instructors, and he gave Yun Ruoyan a rather righteous impression. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Tsang Song asked when he saw Yun Ruoyan's hasty footsteps. Clearly, she had something urgent to attend to. Chapter 224. "Senior, I'm heading to the tower to find my master." Yun Ruoyan bowed. "There's no need for that," Tsang Song replied amiably. "I just came from the tower, and your master wasn't there." "Then is the first elder here?" "The first elder left with your master, and they haven't returned yet. If you have anything urgent to discuss, you can tell me." Tsang Song's gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan, as if he were appreciative of a junior. Yun Ruoyan had reported the matter of the horse thieves to the academy as soon as she entered, and Tsang Song and a few other administrators had sought her out for questioning. As a result, Tsang Song was aware of the matter. Since neither Li Mo nor the first elder were present, it seemed reasonable for her to report the matter to Tsang Song. As a result, she told Tsang Song about the black-robed man, as well as the conversation she had overheard between the black-robed man and Li Furong. "Did you see what the black-robed man looked like?" Tsang Song was just as shocked by Yun Ruoyan's words as Yun Ruoyan was. Yun Ruoyan shook her head. "At first, I was eavesdropping from outside, so I couldn't see what he looked like. By the time I had a chance to peek into the room, I was discovered, so I hid myself and didn't see what he looked like." "In that case, let's not alert him for now," Tsang Song instructed. "I'll send someone to keep an eye on Li Furong. Someone who dares to steal the all-seeing mirror is surely no ordinary person, so we'll have to wait for the first elder to return before we make a decision." Yun Ruoyan nodded, then followed Tsang Song out of the Southern College and toward the plaza. Today was the first day of school, and according to Kongming Academy's usual practice, all of the students, seniors and freshmen alike, were to head to the plaza for a roll call. Yun Ruoyan followed Tsang Song all the way to the plaza, where a large crowd had already gathered. The seniors who had gone out to train during the new student selection had also returned, and there were nearly 1,000 students gathered in the plaza. On the high platform in the square, only the sixth elder was present. The rest of the elders were not present. For a routine roll call like this, most elders would not come. There was a reason why the sixth elder appeared this time. Yesterday, Shui Feng had gone to the first elder to discuss the matter of changing schools. However, the first elder wasn't around, so he went straight to the sixth elder. The sixth elder was naturally overjoyed when he heard Shui Feng's request to switch schools to the Central Academy. Hence, the sixth elder appeared on the plaza. He wanted to personally call out the names of the students from the Central College and select Shui Feng to enter the Central College. Ruoyan, we're over here. Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue waved at Yun Ruoyan when they saw her. Yun Ruoyan greeted Song Song before walking over to join the Southern College's contingent. The students from the 5 colleges had split into 5 groups, standing neatly in the plaza. Yun Ruoyan and the other freshmen had also changed into the white uniforms of Kongming Academy. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of snow white. It was quite a spectacular sight. Song Song walked up to the stage in front of the plaza, where the sixth elder and the other administrators seemed to be waiting for him. Senior Song Song, why are you only here now? One of the administrators from the Central College asked. The elders arrived quite early. The administrators present were all of the same generation as the elders, but their cultivation wasn't high enough to enter the Council of Elders. Entering the Council of Elders required one to be a peak blade master, and Song Song was the one with the highest cultivation among the administrators. He had been stuck at 9th rank for almost 10 years. Generally speaking, he would never be able to reach that level in his lifetime. Song Song smiled and said that he'd been delayed by some matters, then bowed to the sixth elder. No need for formalities. The sixth elder stroked his beard. When the roll call comes to the Central College, I'll do it myself. You don't have to do it on my behalf. There were nearly 1,000 students present, and it took quite a bit of effort to do the roll call. According to tradition, the Central College was the last to be called, and by the time the North, South, East, and West colleges were done, 4 hours would have passed. To the elders, who treasured their time, 4 to 6 hours was precious. The administrators didn't know what the sixth elder was thinking, so they could only nod in agreement. Before long, Song Song announced the start of the roll call. Starting from the East College, the administrator of the East College would begin the roll call. The administrator would hold up a register in his hand and read out the names one by one. The students whose names were called would raise their identity tokens. Yun Ruoyan discovered that after the Eastern College's steward finished counting a student's name, he would gently brush his hand over the name list, and the student's identity token would light up. Every nameplate emitted a different light. Some were red, some were blue, and some were other colors. I wonder if I'll advance this year. Just as Yun Ruoyan was wondering why the tokens glowed in different colors, the 2 seniors in the group next to her began whispering to each other. You were yellow last year, so you should be green by now. That's not necessarily true. When I first entered the academy, I spent 2 years at the red rank before I advanced. As she listened to their conversation, Yun Ruoyan roughly understood what the different colors of the tokens meant. Kongming Academy divided students into 5 ranks, red, yellow, blue, green, and violet, according to their performance. Students who had just entered the academy for the first time were all red, the lowest rank. Every year, at the roll call, they would be re-evaluated based on their performance in the previous year. There were about 200 students in the East College, but the roll call was unusually fast. After about 15 minutes, it was the South College's turn. Yun Ruoyan and the other freshmen were standing at the back of the group, so they were naturally called at the back. Yu Xiaozuan, Wang Feng, Qin Chang, and Zhou Huier. Following Song Song's roll call, the older students in the front raised their tokens one by one. Most of their tokens glowed blue, green, and violet. Some of them looked happy, likely because they'd advanced, while others looked disappointed, likely because they hadn't. Yun Ruoyan, Tsang Song called out. Yun Ruoyan imitated the other students and raised her token, which glowed red. The next to be called were Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue, but not Zhuo Feng. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but turn back to look at Zhuo Feng, who was standing behind her. She guessed that he'd succeeded, and she couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Lin Qingxue also turned back to look at Zhuo Feng, her eyes full of sadness. Zhuo Feng, however, avoided their gazes. In just 2 hours, the roll call for the East, South, West, and North colleges was complete. Finally, when it was time for the Central College, the 6th elder personally stood at the front of the line. Zhuo Feng. The 6th elder immediately called out Zhuo Feng's name. Under everyone's gaze, Zhuo Feng raised the identity card in his hand. Why are you still standing with the South College? Come over here. The 6th elder beckoned to Zhuo Feng, and Zhuo Feng walked towards the 6th elder under everyone's gaze. Senior elder, isn't this student from the South College? Tsang Song asked, puzzled. Why is his name on the roll for the Central College? Oh, he found me yesterday and said that he wanted to be my student. I wanted to talk to Senior Elder about it, but he was away. The 6th elder's mustache curled up proudly. So I made the decision to accept him. As for the roll, I only made some minor changes. But, then it's decided. The 6th elder interrupted Tsang Song, then turned to his own group of students and announced, there's no need to go through the roll call one by one. Everyone will be promoted, including the new students. The 6th elder waved his hand over the roll, and spiritual energy rippled across it. Then, the tokens in the hands of all the students from the Central College lit up at the same time. A commotion immediately broke out among the students. How can he do this? Those useless students from the Central College have always been the worst, but they've been promoted just like that. What a blatant cheating. Forget it. In any case, this isn't the first time the 6th elder has openly cheated. No matter how much he cheats, he can't turn a bad student into a good student. In contrast to the grumbling from the other colleges, the students from the Central College were all delighted. Being able to advance without any effort was the greatest benefit of coming to the Central College. As for whether or not they would be able to learn true skills, that wasn't important to them. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going back to cultivate as soon as possible. The 6th elder clasped his hands behind his back and left, satisfied. The provosts looked at each other, and finally could only smile bitterly. The 6th elder could be considered a clean slate in Kongming Academy. He was usually amicable, and even when he cheated occasionally, he was very open about it. Moreover, if the students from the Central College didn't cheat, it would be too difficult for them to advance. Even if they did, they would only end up with a mediocre score. As a result, even the 1st elder turned a blind eye to this. After the roll call, Tsang Song dismissed the students and returned to their respective colleges. Yun Ruoyan, stop right there. Just as Yun Ruoyan was about to leave with the rest of the college, a familiar voice called out to her. Yun Ruoyan stopped in her tracks and looked in the direction of the voice. Her expression darkened. Rong Yuashan, Yi Qianing, Pei Xiao, and Li Furong walked over. What do you want? Lin Qingxue stepped forward and asked. Weren't you the ones who wanted to confront me yesterday? Rong Yuashan's gaze swept across the crowd before she called out, Zhao Gang, Zhao Su. Zhao Gang and Zhao Su heard the commotion and walked over, followed by some people from the east courtyard. When the two of them arrived in front of her, Rong Yuashan declared loudly, I'm certain that Yun Ruoyan was the one who took Zhao Su's pearl. Chapter 225. Rong Yuehong called out names and deliberately spoke loudly, instantly attracting the gazes of the crowd. Even many of the older students were drawn over. When Yun Ruoyan and the Lin sisters saw Rong Yuehong's actions, they knew that she was going to cause trouble again. Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen were able to keep their composure, but Lin Qingxue was furious. What pearl? Who took it? Don't slander me. Rong Yueshan didn't seem to mind Lin Qingxue's anger. You don't have to be angry at me. The pearl isn't mine, and I'm just telling you what I saw. You're slandering me. Lin Qingchen turned to Zhao Su. Miss Zhao, my sister wouldn't have taken anything from you. Don't listen to Rong Yueshan's side of the story. Lin Qingchen had a good impression of Zhao Su, and she felt that she was a reasonable person. What Lin Qingchen didn't expect, however, was for Zhao Su to speak with absolute certainty. Miss Yun, I told you that I didn't want to make a big deal out of this. That pearl is really important to me, and if I lose it, I won't be able to answer to my family. Please return it to me. Zhao Su's tone was so sincere that the onlookers couldn't help but believe that Yun Ruoyan was the one who had taken her pearl. What's a pearl? Why haven't I heard of it before? Someone in the crowd asked, confused. It's the core of a 300-year-old fish monster, refined by a highly skilled forge master. It's incredibly valuable, someone in the crowd explained. A knowledgeable person in the crowd explained, you can breathe freely underwater if you put the fish core in your mouth. It's rare to see it in the Li Kingdom, and it's only found in the Qin Kingdom, which is near the ocean. It's no wonder that someone would take such a treasure and refuse to return it. If I had seen it, I probably wouldn't have been able to resist taking it for myself. That's right, what a treasure. After listening to this person's explanation, the crowd let out a sigh. If the pearl was just an ordinary treasure, it wouldn't be a big deal, the man continued. In the Qin Kingdom, the pearl is only passed down to females, not males. For a family to pass it down to a girl is an affirmation of her status. At the same time, the pearl is an important dowry for this girl when she marries. If she loses it, it will greatly affect her future status and marriage. So that's how it is. No wonder the Zhao siblings were so anxious. To ruin someone else's future because of a moment of greed, this is not just a moment of greed, but an act of immorality. The crowd began to gossip about Yun Ruoyan, as if they were certain that the person who had stolen the pearl was Yun Ruoyan. Hearing the discussion of the crowd and seeing that Zhao Su's anxious expression didn't seem to be fake, the Lin sisters guessed that she had indeed lost her fish bolus. But the fact that Zhao Su had pinned the crime on Yun Ruoyan before presenting any concrete evidence had caused the Lin sisters' impression of her to plummet. Miss Zhao, said Lin Qingchen. We understand that you're anxious after losing your fish core. But you have no proof. What makes you think that my sister took the fish pill? I think it was most likely Rong Yuehong who took it. Lin Qingchen pointed a finger at Rong Yueshan. It's not uncommon for a thief to cry thief, is it not, Miss Zhao? There's no need to quibble, Zhao Chong replied. Yun Ruoyan really did take the fish core. My sister was kind enough to give you a chance. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for using force. Zhao Chong's words were even more certain than Zhao Su's, and the crowd was even more certain that Yun Ruoyan was the one who had taken the fish core. Oh, you were quite certain yesterday that I was the one who took the fish core. Yun Ruoyan, who hadn't tried to defend herself this entire time, finally spoke up. I'd like to know why you're so sure. After Yun Ruoyan finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Gang with her clear eyes, and a faint smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Zhao Chong was momentarily stunned. In his mind, Yun Ruoyan would try all sorts of ways to deny her guilt, or perhaps even beg for mercy in the end. But Yun Ruoyan didn't fall for either of those scenarios. From start to finish, she had been watching them put on a show. If not for the fact that he had concrete proof that the fish core was in Yun Ruoyan's possession, he really would have thought that Yun Ruoyan was innocent. But now, Zhao Chong was certain that Yun Ruoyan was putting on an act. As a result, he smiled coldly. There really are people in this world who are so afraid of death that they'd dig a hole for themselves. Since you won't repent until you see your coffin, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhao Chang reached into his robes and took out a pendant. It was a white, bone-like object tied to a red string. This is a pendant made from the skull of a 1,000-year-old fish monster. Zhao Chang showed the object in his hand to the crowd. The fish core has a sensing effect. Look. Zhao Chang moved the bone pendant closer to Yun Ruoyan. Indeed, the bone began to glow, and the closer it was to Yun Ruoyan, the brighter it became. Because the crowd was almost certain that Yun Ruoyan was the one who had taken the fish core, they weren't too surprised by this result. What else do you have to say now? Zhao Chang looked at Yun Ruoyan with a burning gaze. Are you going to hand over the fish core yourself, or do you want me to do it myself? How embarrassing. Yi Qianning, who had been standing to the side, took this opportunity to add insult to injury. Yun Ruoyan, you're the sole wife-born daughter of the Yun family. How could you commit such a despicable act of theft? Everyone else had only said that Yun Ruoyan had taken the fish core, and even the Zhao siblings had only said that she had stolen it, but Yi Qianning had used the word theft directly. Although there was only a difference of a single word between theft and theft, the nature of the accusation was far worse than it had been. As expected, those who knew of the Yun family began to discuss the matter. Is she the sole wife-born daughter of the Yun family? I've heard that the imperial family of the Li Kingdom has always been known for their noble character. How could they have produced a thieving daughter? So what if she's the sole wife-born daughter of the Yun family? Anyone who sees a treasure will be tempted by it. In the imperial territory, everyone has resorted to all sorts of methods to obtain treasures, it's just that no one has brought it up in the open. That's true, but since you've taken someone else's item, you'd have to hide it well. Now that you've been discovered, it would be foolish of you to deny it. Ha! Yun Ruoyan laughed coldly. You think I'm the one who took the fish core just because of this glowing stone? How laughable. Yes, laughable indeed, Lin Qingxue continued. Of course it's not just this fishbone. Don't you have me as a witness? With both evidence and witnesses present, there's no need for you to quibble and hand over the fish core. Rong Yuashan smiled wickedly. Otherwise, if we hand you over to the Hall of Penitence and punish you as a thief, things won't be as amicable as they are now. Your two sisters might even be treated as accomplices as well. Yun Ruoyan glanced at Rong Yuashan coolly, ignoring her provocative words. Instead, she turned to Zhao Chang and Zhao Su. Are you sure that I'm the one who took the fish core? Of course. My fishbone can't be wrong. Zhao Chang was clearly certain of this. Miss Yun, please return the fish pill to me. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer, Zhao Su said. Her tone was filled with impatience. She couldn't understand why Yun Ruoyan was still as stubborn as a rock, not showing the slightest hint of repentance. I don't have any grudges with the two of you, Yun Ruoyan replied nonchalantly. So I'd like to give you a piece of advice. What you see and what you hear can often mislead you, and you might even end up being used by others without even realizing it. What a joke. Yun Ruoyan's words seemed to infuriate Zhao Chang. Would I, Zhao Chang, be used by others? I'll make it clear today, if you weren't the one who took my sister's fish core, I'll kowtow to you in front of everyone. Oh. Yun Ruoyan raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Zhao Gang was an extremely conceited person. In the imperial territory, Yun Ruoyan had taken advantage of him and Wang Meng's battle with the magical beasts to steal the Amaranthan sun from behind. Then, she had tricked both Zhao Gang and Wang Meng with a deceptive trick. From then on, he didn't have a good impression of Yun Ruoyan. As a result, when he heard from Rong Yuashan that the fish core was in Yun Ruoyan's hands, he couldn't wait to teach her a lesson. If not for Zhao Su's persuasion, he would have made trouble for Yun Ruoyan long ago. But reality had proven that not only was Yun Ruoyan cunning, but she was also an ungrateful brat. His sister's good intentions had been wasted. A gentleman keeps his word, Zhao Chang raised his voice. Zhao Chang raised his voice. But if it turns out that you're the thief who stole the pearl, not only will you kowtow to me, you'll have to stand on the plaza's platform and shout 10 times that I, Yun Ruoyan, am a shameless thief. You're the shameless thief. Lin Qingxue pointed at Zhao Chang angrily. All right. Yun Ruoyan also said loudly, since that's the case, I'll teach you a good lesson today. Yun Ruoyan reached into her robes and took out the fish core that she wore on her chest, placing it in front of Zhao Chang. Do you see it clearly? Yun Ruoyan replied. I do have a fish core, but it's surnamed Yun, not Zhao. The fish core in Yun Ruoyan's hand exuded a warm aura, drawing everyone's attention to it. Wow, what a pure aura! What a treasure! The fish core in Yun Ruoyan's hand was larger and smoother than Zhao Su's, and it was of a much higher quality. Zhao Su's face instantly turned red. It seemed that the siblings had really misunderstood Yun Ruoyan, or perhaps, as Yun Ruoyan had said, they had been used. Chapter 226. Zhao Chang's thoughts were exactly the same as Zhao Su's, and both of them glared at Rong Yuashan angrily. Unexpectedly, however, Rong Yuashan spoke up. Yes, it's this pearl. I saw Yun Ruoyan retrieve it from Zhao Ming's corpse with my own eyes. Yun Ruoyan, you're the one who brought out the stolen item, so are you still going to deny it? The Zhao siblings couldn't help but stare blankly at Rong Yuashan's words. Rong Yuashan looked at Zhao Chang and continued, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and retrieve your sister's pearl. The Zhao siblings finally understood what Rong Yuashan was getting at. She was pointing a deer at a horse. As soon as Rong Yuashan spoke, Yun Ruoyan understood her intentions. No one present had ever seen what Zhao Su's pearl looked like, so as long as they insisted that the pearl in her hand was Zhao Su's, Yun Ruoyan really wouldn't be able to prove it. Take a good look. Is this pearl yours? Yun Ruoyan's eyes sharpened. It's not. As soon as Zhao Su opened her mouth, Zhao Chang grabbed her hand and shook his head imperceptibly. If they couldn't retrieve the pearl, Zhao Su would inevitably be punished by the family, and Zhao Chang would have to kowtow to Yun Ruoyan in front of everyone. A man's knees were gold, and he would rather be killed than forced to kneel. As a result, he couldn't admit that he had wronged Yun Ruoyan. This is my sister's pearl, Zhao Chang replied. You've lost. Nonsense. This was clearly my sister's, so how did it become yours? Lin Qingxue shouted. It looks like you're trying to take away my sister's pearl. Lin Qingchen said angrily. Miss Zhao, you're not trying to take away my sister's pearl, are you? Zhao Su's heart was in turmoil. If she were the only one being punished, she wouldn't mind, but she couldn't allow her brother to kneel and apologize to someone else. As a result, she gritted her teeth and said, This is my pearl. Please return it to me, Miss Yun. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but sigh. Although she had quite a few conflicts with the Qin kingdom, she didn't have a bad impression of them. Yun Ruoyan felt that, although they were cruel to their opponents, their methods were still fair and just. Now, however, reality had once again proven that she was tainted by her company. Why should I give it to you? Yun Ruoyan's attitude suddenly hardened. Without hesitation, she tucked the pearl back into her robes. Rong Yuashan stepped forward and lied through her teeth, just because you're a thief, if you don't return the fish pearl to the Zhao siblings today, don't even think about leaving. Rong Yuashan, I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Yun Ruoyan laughed angrily. If you want to steal it, you'll have to have the ability to do so. Zhao, you're a man, and you wouldn't bully as a girl. Use, Zhao, I as, you, Ru, S, Chi, Su. Her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and now that she had the support of the second elder, she had been suppressing her desire to exact revenge on Yun Ruoyan for a long time. Yun Ruoyan took 2 steps back, dodging her sneak attack. However, Rong Yuashan didn't give Yun Ruoyan a chance to retaliate. She continued to attack Yun Ruoyan with powerful attacks. Yun Ruoyan was also surprised by Rong Yuashan's sudden burst of attack power. This was a completely different level of cultivation from the one she had displayed in the trial. It seemed that Rong Yuashan had indeed profited from her misfortune. Yun Ruoyan didn't have the Feilai blade to protect her, and she didn't dare to use the bracelet's amplification in front of so many experts. As a result, she could only parry Rong Yuashan's attacks. The crowd dispersed as the two of them began to fight. "These two brats are getting serious," one of the attendants commented as he looked down at Yun Ruoyan and Rong Yuehong. They had wanted to leave, but the sudden quarrel below the stage had caused them to pause. Moreover, the ones who had started the quarrel weren't ordinary students. One was Yun Ruoyan, who had been accepted as the head disciple of an elder's disciple and had obtained a spiritual treasure from the trial. The other was Rong Yuashan, who had been accepted as an official disciple by the second elder. The conflict between the two of them had piqued the interest of the attendants. What they cared about wasn't who the pearl belonged to, but which of the two students representing the northern and southern colleges was stronger. That Yun Ruoyan is highly regarded by the southern college, but she doesn't seem to be much of a threat. The speaker was an attendant of the western college. The fourth elder of the western college had tried to snatch Yun Ruoyan away from the start, but he hadn't succeeded. Now, he couldn't help but sound a little jealous. Song Song, on the other hand, looked at the crowd below without saying a word. "Yun Ruoyan, today, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be seriously injured." Rong Yuashan suddenly stopped attacking Yun Ruoyan. She clasped her hands in front of her, and a white spiritual aura formed in front of her. She made a series of hand seals, and the white spiritual energy morphed into a small white knife that flew toward Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan ducked and barely dodged the attack. The dagger struck the ground and dissipated into nothingness. The dagger didn't look particularly powerful, but when it brushed past Yun Ruoyan's body, she felt a strange chill emanate from it. "It's a low-level isotuned spiritual technique," an older student exclaimed. One of the older students in the crowd said, "I didn't expect this new student to master our Northern College's low-level external spiritual power cultivation methods so quickly. It took me 2 years just to get started." In the early stages of cultivation, cultivators would usually cultivate some spiritual power cultivation methods to improve their own cultivation. They would not cultivate external spiritual power cultivation methods. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was that external techniques used up a lot of spiritual energy, and it was definitely a burden to those who didn't have a high level of cultivation. The second reason was more complicated. External attack techniques were divided into 4 major techniques, namely ice, fire, wood, and wind. It wasn't easy to determine which technique was most suitable for a person, and it required the help of an experienced master to find a suitable path. Finding the right technique would allow one to achieve twice the results with half the effort in the future. Conversely, not only would there be no improvement, but there might even be a chance that one's spiritual vortex would collapse. Therefore, even though external spiritual power cultivation methods were powerful, many cultivators would rather simply increase their spiritual power cultivation before they found a suitable cultivation direction. In battle, they would rely on the ingenuity of their techniques and the overflow of spiritual energy to attack rather than rashly train in external techniques. Even if he cultivated external spiritual power cultivation methods, he wouldn't casually use them if the enemy wasn't very strong. This was because the consumption of spiritual power was too great. As a result, Yun Ruoyan had almost never seen anyone in her circle using external techniques in battle. Much to her surprise, Rong Yuashan was actually using the same technique to attack her. What Yun Ruoyan didn't know was that when the second elder was clearing up Rong Yuashan's meridians and expanding her spiritual vortex, he had unintentionally discovered her talent for using an ice-attuned technique. As a result, he had used an extremely valuable spiritual pill to strengthen this talent. After being strengthened, Rong Yuehong's cultivation was much more efficient. Although she could only shoot out one dagger at a time, it was more than enough to overwhelm Yun Ruoyan. Interesting, I didn't expect the second elder to have stumbled upon such a treasure. The proctor from the Central College said disinterestedly. This Yun Ruoyan's bound to lose, so I'll be leaving first. But make sure to keep an eye on her so that she doesn't die, or it won't be fun if Liamo goes berserk when he returns. The proctor from the Central College walked off the stage. Other than Zhuo Feng, who had just been taken away by the sixth elder, the rest of the students from the Central College were watching the show. The deacon didn't care about them and left alone. Be careful. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen cried out. Rong Yueshan condensed 2 daggers of spiritual energy to attack Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan dodged the first dagger, but the second one barely grazed her face. Because these daggers had no weight, they were incredibly fast, and they could even change directions in midair, making it difficult for Yun Ruoyan to dodge them. The petal veil on Yun Ruoyan's face was sliced in 2 and fell to the ground. The fake birthmark on her face was also cut open, and fresh blood seeped out of the wound. At the same time, Yun Ruoyan felt a bone-chilling cold seep into her body through the wound, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Humph, you're quite agile, and you're quite fast at dodging. Rong Yueshan laughed sinisterly. With my current cultivation, I can still condense 3 daggers of spiritual energy. How many more can you dodge? As she spoke, Rong Yueshan began to condense daggers once more. This Yun Ruoyan is clearly not a match for them. Senior Tsang Song, you'd better stop them from fighting, lest they lose control and kill someone, one of the proctors urged. Tsang Song continued to look down without a word. Although it seemed like a small duel between Yun Ruoyan and Rong Yueshan, it was also a matter of face for the Southern College and the Northern College. The South Courtyard represented the authority of the Great Elder, while the Second Elder of the North Courtyard was famous for being narrow-minded and protective of the people under him. Apart from Tsang Song, none of the other proctors present were willing to interfere. Today's the first day of school. I'll have to go back and prepare. The pale-faced proctor left the stage as soon as he finished speaking. I'm leaving as well. Senior Tsang Song, I'll be going first. The others followed suit. Soon, Tsang Song was the only one left on the platform. Just then, Tsang Song left the stage and silently walked into the crowd. All of the students present were so focused on the duel between Yun Ruoyan and Rong Yueshan that none of them noticed Tsang Song's arrival. In the middle of the crowd, Yun Ruoyan's hairband had been cut off by Rong Yueshan's dagger, and her hair was scattered everywhere, making her look a little disheveled. Another dagger flew at her, and she twisted to dodge it, but a corner of her white robe was cut off. There's only one left. Yun Ruoyan steadied herself and looked at Rong Yueshan. After I dodge all of them, it'll be my turn to deal with you. This is the last one, take this. Rong Yueshan unhesitatingly threw her last spiritual knife at Yun Ruo. At this moment, an invisible cyclone shot out from Tsang Song's hand. The cyclone caught up to Rong Yueshan's spirit energy knife at an even faster speed. The dagger's speed more than doubled, and it reached Yun Ruoyan in the blink of an eye. But Yun Ruoyan didn't seem to have reacted. Yun Ruoyan, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's your fault for meddling in other people's business in the middle of the night. Tsang Song's eyes flashed with viciousness. Chapter 227. Yun Ruoyan, you asked for it. Don't blame me. Tsang Song narrowed his eyes. The spiritual dagger had originally been aimed at Yun Ruoyan's shoulder, but after Tsang Song had tampered with it, it suddenly changed its direction and headed straight for Yun Ruoyan's spiritual vortex. If Yun Ruoyan's spiritual vortex was pierced, she would undoubtedly die. This sudden change was so sudden that the spectators didn't even notice it. Yun Ruoyan felt a great sense of danger, but she didn't have the time to activate the bracelet's amplification to protect herself. Yunruoyan's face paled, and she couldn't retreat in time. She could only watch helplessly as the danger approached. She opened her eyes wide as she looked at Rong Yuashan's smug expression. At that critical moment, a thin, silvery ray of light suddenly struck the dagger, shattering it into dust. Yunruoyan stumbled backward, unable to stabilize her footing. As she staggered, she heard cries of alarm by her ear. Following this commotion, a white-robed Liemo descended from midair. Yunruoyan felt something tighten around her waist, and her body was suspended in midair as she fell into a warm, solid embrace. It's Master Mo. Master Mo has appeared. These cries were all from the older students, and it was clear from their voices that they were very surprised and excited by Limeau's sudden appearance. Liemo! Yunruoyan called out as she looked at him from within Limeau's embrace. Her heart, which had been hanging high in the air, slowly settled back down. Liemo took note of Yunruoyan's shocked expression. He reached out and brushed his hand across her right cheek, where there was an obvious cut on the fake scar. Limeau's face gradually turned cold, as if it were about to freeze. The noisy crowd instantly quietened down. After a moment of silence, a female student in the crowd muttered to herself, Master Mo made a move. Master Mo actually made a move to save this new student. Her tone was filled with surprise. That's right. I've been at Kongming Academy for 5 years now, and I've never even spoken to Master Mo, but this new student actually managed to make Master Mo take action, one of the male students muttered. Based on the student's understanding of Liemo, he wouldn't even bat an eye if someone were to die in a duel like this. However, to everyone's surprise, Liemo actually made a move today. Senior brother, senior sister, you might not know this, but this Miss Yun is Master Mo's new disciple, someone explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Everyone was enlightened. Suddenly, one of the older students raised his voice. What? Master Mo actually accepted a disciple? How is this possible? Liemo was a rather special existence in Kongming Academy. Although he was also an instructor, he wasn't in charge of specific classes like the other instructors. In reality, Liemo didn't spend much time at Kongming Academy. Most of the students only saw him during the various trials organized by the academy. However, Liemo's monstrous cultivation had won the hearts of the students' admiration and fascination. Even those whose seniority was higher than Liemo's held him in high regard. As a result, many of Kongming Academy's students dreamed of becoming Liemo's disciple. Unexpectedly, this dream had been shattered by a new student named Yunruoyan. Why would Master Mo accept her as his disciple? She doesn't look like anything special. That's right, and she even has an ugly birthmark on her face. She doesn't deserve to be Master Mo's disciple at all. The murmurs spread from a few students to the rest of the crowd. Yunruoyan was used to hearing such insults, so she didn't mind. However, Liemo's gaze swept across the crowd coldly, and the murmurs immediately died down. The crowd quieted down once more. Are you hurt? Liemo asked. Yunruoyan shook her head. Liemo put Yunruoyan down before turning to look coldly at Rong Yuashan. Under Liemo's gaze, Rong Yuashan immediately felt a wave of pressure, and her legs began to tremble. Rong Yuashan greets the slaughtering king. In the face of such overwhelming strength, Rong Yuashan had no choice but to lower her head and bow. There's no slaughtering king here, only Master Mo, Liemo replied coldly. How dare you try to kill my disciple? Liemo's voice didn't contain a trace of anger, but it was so cold that it made one panic. Although the people around her didn't sense anything amiss, Rong Yuashan could feel Liemo's formless pressure. She felt as if someone was constantly putting down large rocks on her back. At first, Rong Yuashan's legs only trembled, but gradually, she couldn't stand straight anymore, and her legs began to buckle. Master Mo. Cold sweat beaded on Rong Yuashan's forehead. She felt that she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. My master told me that sparring with fellow disciples can help me advance in cultivation. I just wanted to spar with Yun Ruoyan. Rong Yuashan struggled to finish these 2 sentences, and she felt as if she couldn't breathe properly. However, she was confident that Liemo wouldn't dare do anything to her if she used the second elder as a shield. You'll have to pay the price for hurting my disciple. Liemo frowned, and the pressure increased once more. His voice was cold to the point of freezing. Finally, Rong Yuashan couldn't hold on any longer and knelt on the ground. Senior, what are you doing? A voice called out from the crowd. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. It was Rong Tianhai. Rong Tianhai walked up to Rong Yuashan and waved his hand. A faint wave of spiritual energy flowed out of his palm and landed on Rong Yuashan's body. Rong Yuashan immediately felt much more relaxed. However, just as she tried to stand up, the pressure increased again, and she knelt on the ground once more. Senior, your disciple only suffered some minor injuries in a normal sparring match. If you go too far, the second elder won't let you off easily, will he? Rong Tianhai asked as he used his spiritual energy to alleviate the pressure Liemo was exerting on Rong Yuashan. Then let the second elder punish me, Liemo replied nonchalantly. You! Uncle, I can't take it anymore. Rong Yuashan's hands were on the ground, and her expression was one of agony. Upon seeing this, Rong Tianzong retracted his spiritual energy and pushed a hand toward Liemo, sending out a row of icicles. Liemo lightly waved a hand, and a gust of wind rose up and shattered the icicles in midair. The intermediate icicle technique versus the intermediate wind screen technique. Although both of them were using intermediate external spiritual techniques, the difference in their cultivation was immediately apparent. Master Mo really is amazing. Rong Tianhai used 30% of his cultivation, but Master Mo used less than a tenth to neutralize it so easily. That's right. How high do you think Master Mo's cultivation is? It looks like he's at least a 9th rank blade master. The students began to discuss excitedly. Rong Tianhai's anger began to rise. If he didn't retaliate, how would he be able to maintain his reputation in front of his students in the future? Rong Tianhai struck out with both palms, still using a mid-grade icicle technique, but his cultivation instantly rose to the peak of 8th rank. Very quickly, a dense cluster of icicles formed in front of him, and as he pushed his palms forward, the dense cluster of icicles shot toward Liemo and Yun Ruoyan at the same time. Nearly 100 icicles shot toward Rong Yuashan, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. If it had been someone of average cultivation, they would have been turned into a porcupine by now. Liemo finally retracted his pressure on Rong Yuashan. He retracted his spiritual energy and made a seemingly simple hand seal, and countless small cyclones, invisible to the naked eye, appeared in front of him. Hundreds of icicles faced hundreds of cyclones, but they were still destined to be smashed into smithereens. Master Mo is amazing. Most of the cheers came from the Southern College. Although the Northern College's students were intimidated by Liemo, they didn't dare make a sound. Let's stop here, Rong Tianhai said, his hands clasped behind his back. Liemo suddenly asked, have you been nearby all this time, or have you just arrived? Rong Tianhai hesitated. I just came from the academy. If I'd been here, I wouldn't have allowed them to fight. That's not right, Liemo thought. The icicle that had been aimed at Yun Ruoyan seemed ordinary, but it was imbued with a relatively high level of spiritual energy. Someone had clearly tampered with it nearby. Tsang Song had slipped away as soon as Liemo arrived, so Liemo didn't notice him. However, Rong Tianhai's uneasy expression fell into Liemo's eyes. A wave of anger rose in Liemo's heart. If he hadn't arrived in time, he wouldn't have dared to imagine what would have happened to his yen. Liemo raised his hands, and a dazzling spiritual light appeared in front of him, forming a whirlwind of spiritual energy. Yunruoyan had seen Liemo use this technique before, during his battle with the old man in the Dragon Vein Cave. It had been extremely powerful. A high-grade wind spiritual technique. Rong Tianhai exclaimed. Senior brother, what are you doing? I said that anyone who hurts me will have to pay the price. Limeo's expression terrified Rong Tianhai. There was no way he would be able to withstand this wind spiritual technique. Just as everyone thought that Liemo was about to attack Rong Tianhai and Rong Yueshan, he stopped. The spiritual energy dissipated, and the whirlwind gradually stopped. Junior brother, I hope that you'll remember not to let something like this happen a second time, Liemo said coolly, his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing that Liemo was only trying to scare him, Rong Tianhai immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was infuriated, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Of course. In order to regain some of his pride, Mo Tianhai intentionally raised his voice and announced to the surrounding students, in the future, you must be careful when you fight with your fellow disciples. If you injure a fellow disciple, you'll be sent to the Hall of Penitence and punished severely. Very well. Liemo turned to Yunruoyan, and in a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said, I still have something to do, so I'll visit you tonight. Liemo couldn't help but stretch out his hand toward Yunruoyan. Startled, Yunruoyan hurriedly took a step back and bowed. Goodbye, master. Liemo knew that Yunruoyan was trying to avoid arousing suspicion in front of others, and he awkwardly retracted his hand. You're my only disciple in the academy. Don't let anyone bully you, or you'll tarnish my reputation. Yunruoyan looked at Limeo's expression and couldn't help but smile. Yes, master. Chapter 228. But master, Yen has a problem. Yunruoyan took out the pearl. The Zhao siblings lost their pearl, and now they're certain that the pearl in my hand was theirs. Moreover, Rong Yueshan has testified that I took their pearl. But this fish pill was clearly a gift from master to this disciple. This disciple really can't defend himself. Oh. There's such a thing. Liemo turned toward the Zhao siblings. Zhao Chang had heard many legends about Liemo during his time at Kongming Academy, and he was far more familiar with his prowess than any of the other new students. The fact that Liemo had forced Rong Tianhai into a disadvantageous position with 2 simple blows only proved that the rumors were true. In a place like Kongming Academy, where strength was everything, even the arrogant Zhao Chang couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Reporting to Master Mo, my eyes were playing tricks on me just now, Zhao Gang said sensibly. Mistaken? Are you sure? I am sure. The pearl's appearance is very similar, and I didn't take a closer look. Now, I'm certain that this isn't my sister's pearl. The Slaughtering King, no, Master Mo. Lin Qingshu stepped forward. This Zhao Chang is truly despicable. Not only did he try to take away my sister's things, he even said that he wanted her to shout that I was a shameless thief. Yes, and he even said that if he wronged her, he should kowtow to her, Lin Qingchen added. Even the usually good-tempered Lin Qingchen had been angered. Is that so? Liemo glanced at Zhao Chang. Master Mo, Xiao Su hurriedly explained, my brother was impulsive just now. Please don't blame him. There's a price to pay for being impulsive. Surely you don't need me to teach you what to do, Liemo replied coldly. Zhao Chang clenched his fists and knelt down in front of Yunruoyan, kowtowing 3 times at once. Then, he stood up and squeezed his way out of the crowd. Brother! Zhao Su chased after him. Liemo flew toward the southern tower, Rong Tianhai called for the students to return to their respective colleges, and Yunruoyan and the Lin sisters headed toward the southern college for their first day of classes. At the top of the southern tower, Liemo and the first elder stood with their backs to the railing. If I hadn't stopped you just now, would you have attacked Rong Tianhai? The great elder looked at the square, where the crowd was dispersing. When he had seen Liemo use the wind spirit technique from afar, he had hurriedly used his mental energy to stop Liemo. He could clearly feel Liemo's rage. Liemo didn't respond to the first elder's question, as that would be a tacit admission. The first elder couldn't help but sigh, then a faint smile appeared on his face. I never imagined that your mother would still be on the Qinyuan continent. As he said this, the Grand Elder couldn't help but recall the scene when he saw Empress Shui Tong last night. At that time, he was so excited that he couldn't even speak. What my mother left behind is only a sliver of her spiritual sense attached to the jade statue. Liemo's gaze landed on the distant sea of clouds, where a flock of large birds was flying. For more than a decade, Mother has been trapped in the jade statue day and night without a shred of freedom. It must have been very painful. I swear that I'll find my mother's body and revive her. Grand Elder nodded lightly, recalling the gentle Empress Shui Tong and the cold voice from last night. It was like they were two different people. Madam knows of your filial piety, and she told me to keep an eye on you. She said that you mustn't put yourself in danger because of your impulsiveness. The first elder turned to Liemo. She also told me to pay special attention to that girl from the Yun family. She seems to have sensed that you've fallen in love with her. Mother worries too much, Liemo replied coolly. Liemo didn't quite understand what his mother meant when she said that he shouldn't fall in love with anyone. He didn't feel that there was any conflict between falling in love and revenge. Liemo's indifference to women and his cold personality were purely due to his own personality. Once he met someone he truly loved, Liemo's cold demeanor would be no less passionate than Immortal's. After her ordeal, Madame Shui's personality has indeed changed a great deal. The first elder sighed again. But Liemo, have you ever thought about what you would do if that Yun girl really is related to the demonic dragons? Although Yun Ruoyan hadn't told them about her conversation with the demonic dragons, the first elder and Liemo had long since realized that there must be some sort of relationship between her and the demonic dragons. But the two of them hadn't been able to determine what sort of relationship that was. So what if there's a relationship? Liemo laughed. Father and mother were both able to break through the shackles of their species, so why can't I? That's exactly what Madame Shui was worried about. The first elder placed a hand on Liemo's shoulder. Breaking through the established rules and breaking through the shackles of thousands of years comes with a heavy price. The Beast King and Empress Shui Tong were examples of this. The Beast King's kingdom had perished because of this foreign love. Only tens of thousands of beastkin were left of the original million, and many of them were forced to live homeless lives. Empress Shui Tong, on the other hand, had lost her physical body, and her spiritual sense was trapped. This was a painful price to pay. Master. Liemo turned to the first elder. You saw my father and mother meet, understand, and fall in love with each other. Do you think they've ever regretted paying such a heavy price? I don't know. Perhaps only they know the answer to that question. Soon, it was night. Yun Ruoyan had just taken off her clothes to take a bath when Liemo suddenly appeared. Fortunately, Yun Ruoyan had closed the windows of the side room from the inside. Yen opened the window. Liemo knocked on the window. Enter from the door. As Yun Ruoyan took off her outer robe, she asked, instead of entering through the door, you prefer to leave through the window. Is this a family tradition? Liemo had no choice but to ride his sword to the front of the room. With a light push, he opened the door. You closed the window but didn't close it. Who are you guarding against? Liemo was speechless. Liemo entered the room and went straight to the side room. When he pushed the door open, he was even more speechless. Yun Ruoyan had also closed the door from the inside. Find a place to sit for a while. I'll be ready soon. Yun Ruoyan's voice could be heard from the side room. Liemo's large body circled around Yun Ruoyan's small room. Everything in the room seemed so small, the table, the stools, and even the bed. He couldn't help but frown. Shui Yun had always been very reliable, but this time, he was truly dissatisfied. "I'm ready." Yun Ruoyan finally pushed open the door to the side room and walked out, looking refreshed. After the shower, she was wearing a white undershirt, and her hair was wet and loose. Her face, without the fake birthmark, seemed to be emitting light at all times, making it hard for people to look away. Liamo turned to look at Yun Ruoyan, who was just as small as her, standing at the door of the side room. "Ah!" Yun Ruoyan was caught off guard, and she hurriedly grabbed onto Li Mo's sleeve. Just as she was about to protest, Li Mo's lips sealed her protest. Yun Ruoyan was no longer as resistant to being intimate with Li Mo as she had been at the beginning, and she didn't want to play dead. Instead, she was half shy, half pampered, and half unwilling. Li Mo couldn't bear to let go of Yun Ruoyan like this. Every time, he had to exert a great deal of self-control to suppress his desire to possess her completely. When Li Mo finally let go of Yun Ruoyan, her face was flushed, and Li Mo was panting heavily. Li Mo called out hoarsely, his chin resting on Yun Ruoyan's damp hair. "Yes." Yun Ruoyan responded softly. "When are you going to grow up?" Li Mo sighed helplessly. Yun Ruoyan smiled. "Actually, I'm already quite old, even older than you." Li Mo took it as a joke and raised his head to look at Yun Ruoyan in his arms. There was a faint red mark on the right side of Yun Ruoyan's face, caused by Rong Yuashan's ice blade. Seeing Li Mo's gaze darken, Yun Ruoyan hurriedly said, "It's all right, it's just a small wound." Caught off guard, Yun Ruoyan took another blow to her forehead. "I've never seen a woman who doesn't care about her face as much as you do," Li Mo asked. "Did the ointment I gave you work?" Yes, my dear slaughtering king." Seeing Li Mo's sour expression, Yun Ruoyan immediately began to act coquettishly. "Oh, right." Yun Ruoyan suddenly remembered something important. She sat up from Li Mo's lap. "Did you meet with Master Tsang Song today?" "No, why?" Li Mo asked. Yun Ruoyan told Li Mo everything that had happened to the black-clad man. Someone actually dared to steal the all-seeing mirror. Are they tired of living? Li Mo laughed coldly. "I know how important this matter is, and since you and the First Elder weren't around, I reported it to Master Tsang Song. But you don't seem to be too worried about it." The all-seeing mirror was one of Kongming Academy's most precious treasures. Yun Ruoyan felt that Li Mo should have reported it to the First Elder as soon as he found out about it. As for Master Tsang Song, Li Mo had returned in the morning, but he hadn't reported the matter to him or the First Elder. There's something you don't know." As Li Mo combed Yun Ruoyan's damp hair with his slender fingers, he explained slowly, "The all-seeing mirror is an ancient artifact, bestowed by the gods of the highest heavens. Not just anyone can steal it." Li Mo told Yun Ruoyan that the reason they weren't in a hurry was because the all-seeing mirror would form a heaven and earth formation. Not to mention the all-seeing mirror, any random activation of the spirit formation would result in heavenly punishment. Therefore, there was no need to set up any protective measures around the all-seeing mirror. Anyone who tried to steal from the all-seeing mirror would only be seeking death. Chapter 229. Li Mo told Yun Ruoyan that quite a few people had attempted to steal the all-seeing mirror in the past, but almost all of their attempts had ended in a horrible death. Yun Ruoyan calmed down, but she still had some questions in her mind. Since that black-robed man was able to sneak into Kongming Academy, he's definitely no ordinary person. Yun Ruoyan recalled that the man standing on the Crimson Sword aura had to be at least an 8th rank Blade Master. Although it seemed like there was only a single rank between an 8th rank Blade Master and a peak 7th rank Blade Master, once one surpassed 5th rank, the gap between each rank was enormous. This was especially true between 7th and 8th rank. Once a blade master reached 8th rank, they would be able to cultivate their own flying swords, and only then would they be considered a true blade master. Previously, the ranks of a 1st rank, 2nd rank, and 9th rank blade master were only the ranks that a cultivator's cultivation had reached. Only when a cultivator's cultivation had reached 8th rank and they had successfully forged their own immortal swords could they be considered a true blade master. There were many cultivators on the Qinyuan continent who practiced blade master techniques, but not many were able to become true blade masters. The black-robed man standing on the crimson sword aura was clearly a powerful blade master. Not only is he a blade master, but he was also able to sneak into Kongming Academy so easily. It's clear that he's very familiar with the academy, and he might even have an accomplice, Yun Ruoyan continued. In that case, how could he not know that the all-seeing mirror is protected by a heaven and earth formation? And in order to reduce Li Furong's competition, the black-robed man even sent out a medicinal puppet to sabotage her entrance. This means that he had a plan in mind. Why would someone with such a high cultivation and plan commit such a suicidal act? Yun Ruoyan turned to Li Mo, waiting for his reply. Li Mo looked at Yun Ruoyan's serious expression and nodded in satisfaction. Your analysis makes sense. If there really is a traitor in Kongming Academy, I'll have to put in some effort to capture him. In the dead of night, in a secluded courtyard of the southern courtyard, Tsang Song anxiously waited. Not long after, there was movement outside the door. Tsang Song quickly walked over and opened the door. A black-robed man entered in a flash. Why are you in such a hurry to find me? The black-robed man asked as soon as he entered the room. Let me ask you, did you go look for Li Furong last night? Tsang Song asked, his tone reproachful. What's wrong? Send me a signal and I'll go take a look. The black-robed man didn't understand. You're being followed, do you know that? Li Mo's disciple, Yun Ruoyan, saw you flying on your sword, so she followed behind you and heard every word of your conversation with Li Furong. Only then did the black-robed man realize the severity of the situation. No wonder I felt someone outside last night, but there was no movement when I checked. This Yun Ruoyan is quite good at concealing her aura, and even I was fooled. Fortunately, the first elder and Li Mo weren't present yesterday, and she reported the matter to me. Tsang Song sat down on a chair. I'd planned to use someone else to do my dirty work, but Li Mo stopped me from doing so. Now that Li Furong's been exposed, I have to change my plans. She can't be allowed to live. The black-robed man immediately objected to Tsang Song's words. That won't do. Li Furong's a master thief that I've been grooming for a long time. But now that she's been exposed, I can only delay this news for one more night. I'll have to report it tomorrow, or I'll arouse suspicion. Once I do, the first elder will surely take action. If I don't silence her as soon as possible, I'm afraid that even you'll be implicated. Tsang Song was a little agitated. No, the black-robed man shook his head. She doesn't know of my hidden identity at Kongming Academy, so even if she's captured, she won't be able to expose me. Humph, Tsang Song snorted. You're just reluctant to let her go. She's just a tool that I've been using, and she's doomed to die even if she tries to steal the all-seeing mirror. Why would I be reluctant? The black-robed man said emotionlessly, I just need her to distract me and distract the chief elder. Otherwise, I won't be able to sneak into the bottom of the southern tower to steal the divine dragon art of war. The black-robed man turned to Tsang Song, his eyes burning with passion. You know that the far-sighted king has been preparing for more than a decade to unify the Qinyuan continent, and all that's left is this manual. I have to get it for the far-sighted king and help him accomplish his goal. Tsang Song could only sigh when the black-robed man refused to listen. Then what do you plan to do? Li Furong thinks that I'm after the all-seeing mirror, and so does Yun Ruoyan. Tell them exactly what Yun Ruoyan said, and that'll confuse them even more. The black-robed man quickly came up with a plan, then explained his plan to Tsang Song. Both the old man and Liemo think they're clever, and they won't be in a hurry to capture Li Furong. Instead, they'll wait for her to die. As for me, I'll follow my original plan and steal the manual in one fell swoop. Tsang Song thought for a moment before deciding that the black-robed man's plan was plausible. In that case, you'd better act as soon as possible. The black-robed man nodded, then chuckled. Don't worry, the day the far-sighted king unifies the Qinyuan continent will be the day you'll be promoted to the first elder. After the black-robed man left, Tsang Song tossed and turned on his bed, unable to fall asleep. Many years ago, Tsang Song had met the far-sighted king by chance, and the two of them had discovered that the far-sighted king was just like him, a man who had been trampled underfoot by others, unable to rise to the top. At the same time, both of them appeared calm and uninterested in fame and fortune, but in reality, both of them were extremely greedy for power. However, Tsang Song's cultivation had stagnated, and he didn't even have the right to become an elder. As for the far-sighted king, his mother's status was inferior to Li Xiu's mother's, so even his eldest son didn't have the right to inherit the throne. When these two depressed and hopeless people met, they really regretted not meeting each other earlier. Even after their separation, they continued to exchange letters. 3 years ago, the far-sighted king had invited Tsang Song to his residence, then informed him of his plans for a rebellion and urged him to join him. Tsang Song was a member of Kongming Academy, which had never interfered with worldly affairs. Tsang Song had initially refused, but the far-sighted king had made a condition that he couldn't refuse. The far-sighted king said that he didn't want to rebel against just one clan, but the entire Qinyuan continent. He wanted to unify the Qinyuan continent and become the greatest emperor of all time. The far-sighted king's ambition had shocked Tsang Song. The far-sighted king had also said that the reason Kongming Academy was able to rise above the Four Kingdoms was because the Four Kingdoms were trying to curry favor with Kongming Academy. If he were to unite the Four Kingdoms and become the sole ruler of the Qinyuan continent, his first priority would be to seize control of Kongming Academy. And Tsang Song was his choice for the position of First Elder. Tsang Song had been deeply shaken by the far-sighted king's grand plan, and also moved by the position of First Elder that he had been promised. As a result, Tsang Song had become one of the far-sighted king's spies in Kongming Academy. More than a year ago, the far-sighted king had somehow learned that the Southern Tower's treasury contained a peerless tome called the Art of the Divine Dragon. The far-sighted king had claimed that as long as he could obtain this tome, he would be invincible and invincible. However, the Southern Tower was where the First Elder cultivated, and the First Elder hadn't left Kongming Academy for many years. Unless it was necessary, the First Elder wouldn't leave the Southern Tower at all. A year ago, the far-sighted king had sent the black-robed man to help Tsang Song steal the tome, but he hadn't had an opportunity to do so. Eventually, the black-robed man remembered that he had a female disciple who was adept at stealing, Li Furong. If he could use her as bait to lure the First Elder away, the black-robed man would be able to steal the tome. As a result, the far-sighted king and Tsang Song found a way to get her into Kongming Academy. Everything had been going according to plan, but Yun Ruoyan had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This made Tsang Song very uneasy. The black-robed man left Tsang Song's courtyard and went straight to Li Furong's room. Li Furong was already asleep, and the black-robed man opened the back window and entered. "Who's there?" Li Furong jumped up from her bed in shock. "It's me." The black-robed man lowered his voice. "Master, why are you here? I didn't send you a signal." Li Furong let down her guard when she saw the black-robed man. She yawned sleepily. "Darling, I missed you, so I came to see you. Aren't you happy?" The black-robed man chuckled as he sat down on her bed. Although the two of them were master and disciple in name, their relationship was somewhat ambiguous. Although they hadn't done anything out of line, there was still quite a bit of obscenity between them. Li Furong was a little surprised by the black-robed man's sudden change in demeanor. Master, why are you coaxing me like this today? Is there something you want me to do? Seeing that his intentions had been guessed, the black-robed man revealed his intentions. Yes, the plan has been brought forward. The black-robed man leaned in and whispered in Li Furong's ear. Really? Li Furong's face lit up. Of course. After you succeed, I'll definitely recommend you to the far-sighted king. Given your looks, the far-sighted king will surely like you, and you'll be able to enjoy endless riches and glory. Li Furong naturally didn't know that she was merely an abandoned pawn. Like an ignorant pig, she looked forward to a bright future. Inside the small cottage by the cliff, Li Mo was demonstrating a fire-attuned external spiritual technique to her. He raised a hand, and spiritual energy flowed out of his palm, transforming into a red fireball. This is the fireball technique, a low-level external technique. Li Mo controlled the fireball in his hand as he explained, this fire-attuned technique is specifically designed to counter Rong Yuashan's ice daggers. Li Mo had long known that fire-attuned techniques were suitable for her, but he had always wanted her to focus more on internal techniques, so he hadn't taught her. However, after witnessing the situation today, Li Mo felt that it was necessary to train her in external techniques. Chapter 230. I can do that. As Yun Ruoyan spoke, she stretched out her hand and gathered the spiritual energy in her spiritual vortex into her right hand. Suddenly, a line of fire shot out from her palm, and it was green in color. Its sudden appearance was very frightening. What do you think? Yun Ruoyan asked proudly. She had once taught Wang Meng's attendants a lesson with her pill-making fire. Today, when she saw Li Mo's fireball, she felt that it was quite similar, and she couldn't help but try it out in front of him. Yen, you're amazing. Li Mo smiled. Pill masters generally use fire-attuned spiritual energy. Although your spiritual fire isn't fully formed, it'll still have some effect on most people. However, it won't work on someone like Rong Yuashan, who's also trained in external techniques. Li Mo then imparted the fireball technique to Yun Ruoyan, as well as analyzed the differences between the spiritual fire used in pill-making and the spiritual fire used in physical cultivation. When refining pills, you have to convert the fire-attuned spiritual energy in your spiritual vortex into spiritual fire, and then release it continuously. However, when using the fireball technique, you don't release it. Instead, you have to gather it in your palm, like this, Li Mo explained as he demonstrated to Yun Ruoyan. As Li Mo explained, he demonstrated to Yun Ruoyan how to do it. The fireball in his palm fluctuated in size as it spun incessantly. The fireball technique is all about control over spiritual fire. Li Mo threw the ball of spiritual fire out of the window. Yun Ruoyan watched as the fireball dissipated upon contact with the sea of clouds. Then, tiny flames began to spread across the sea of clouds, as if setting them on fire. Amazing! Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but stare in shock. The fireball technique is only a low-tier fire-attuned spiritual technique. You'll be able to do it if you practice hard. Yes, I'll definitely practice hard. Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo looked at the sea of flames outside the window, their eyes lit up by the flames. In the following days, Yun Ruoyan went to the Southern College with her classmates as usual, and at night, she would practice the fireball technique in her small room, as well as her control over spiritual fire. After a period of practice, Yun Ruoyan had mastered the fireball technique, and her control over the spiritual fire and fire elemental spiritual energy was much better than before. Rather than attending classes at the academy, Yun Ruoyan preferred to have Li Mo's tutelage and practice on her own. However, she was a student of the South Campus after all. If she didn't attend classes on time, it would be difficult for her to advance. The first elder had strict requirements for the Southern College. Unlike the sixth elder, he wouldn't casually raise a student's rank, and even Li Mo couldn't help her cheat. Liamo told Yunruoyan that if she didn't reach the blue rank, she wouldn't be able to enter any of the 3 institutions. Moreover, after entering the 3 institutions, a rank would be of great help to one's cultivation, so it was necessary for her to attend classes. As a result, Yunruoyan had no choice but to obediently attend her boring classes at the academy every day. Kongming Academy had 3 halls and 5 schools: the Sword Hall, Pill-making Hall, and Forging Hall. Before entering the 3 halls, the students had to learn all the courses in the 5 academies. This included the most basic sword control lesson, as well as the mysterious medicine refinement lesson and weapon forging lesson. Each of these 3 courses had its own instructors to guide the new batch of students. Because the students weren't of the same level, the instructors had to start with the most basic of theories. Yunruoyan had a solid foundation in both the Blade Master and Pill-making courses, so she found these 2 classes rather tedious and unbearable. Only the forging class, which she wasn't familiar with, piqued her interest. However, there was one point that Yunruoyan found strange: the Qinyuan continent clearly had 4 professions: Blade Master, Pill Master, Forge Master, and Summoner. Why was it that Kongming Academy had the sword, forging, and pill-making halls, but the beast-taming hall was missing? Of all the courses, only beast-taming was missing. As a result, Yunruoyan found an opportunity to ask some of the older students, and finally found out the reason. As it turned out, 3 years ago, something that had shaken Kongming Academy to the core had happened. Over the years, Kongming Academy had used the All-Eye Mirror to find quite a few unclaimed pockets in the alternate dimensions. Through the formation of teleportation arrays, these pockets have been established as training grounds for the Kongming Academy. These training grounds weren't very large, but because they hadn't been destroyed or overused by humans, they were generally rich in magical beasts and spiritual herbs. Just 3 years ago, the elders had discovered a new pocket through the all-seeing mirror, and discovered that this pocket contained a large number of low-rank, mid-rank, and high-rank beasts. Although these beasts weren't very high-rank, many of them were very valuable, especially those whose cores had medicinal value and could be used to refine pills. They were valuable, but they weren't high-rank or powerful. It was as if the heavens had sent them treasures. As a result, the steward of the beast-taming hall had requested that the instructors and a group of outstanding students be brought into this pocket dimension. Not only would they be able to train the students' beast-taming abilities, but they would also be able to obtain a large number of beast cores. After some discussion, the elders agreed to the steward's request. However, as soon as the students entered the pocket dimension, the connection between the pocket dimension and the academy was suddenly severed, and even the all-seeing mirror couldn't find any traces of them. Just like that, the steward, instructors, and a large number of students of the beast-taming hall had disappeared into the void. As a result, Kongming Academy had temporarily suspended the course and closed the Beastmaster Hall for the time being. In that case, Kongming Academy should have 4 halls and 5 courtyards instead of 3. Yunruoyan asked a rather beautiful senior. Yes, 3 years ago, there were 4 halls and 5 courtyards, but now, there are only 3 halls and 5 courtyards. Will Kongming Academy never reopen its beast-taming hall? Yunruoyan sighed. If Kongming Academy really doesn't reopen its beast-taming hall, then how many beast-taming masters and even more powerful summoners will be buried on the Qinyuan continent? Yunruoyan's brother, Yun Maxiao, was a talented beast-taming master, and was likely to become a summoner in the future. As a result, Yunruoyan couldn't help but be grateful that her brother hadn't entered Kongming Academy at the time. Re-establishing a beast-taming hall is a rather complicated matter, another senior, Zhong Yang, commented. Apart from the lack of suitable candidates, another reason for not re-establishing a beast-taming hall was that the missing steward had been highly respected by everyone in Kongming Academy. This was especially so for those instructors who did not follow the deacon into the trial grounds. They made a request to the Elders Guild that they had to wait until the deacon and the missing instructors and students were found before they could reopen the beast-taming hall. Regardless of whether they were dead or alive, they wanted to see him, dead or alive. However, that small pocket dimension was like a grain of sand in the middle of a vast ocean, and it was no easy feat to relocate it. Yunruoyan couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. It seemed that the steward had truly been a well-loved man, or else the academy wouldn't have closed the beast-taming hall to commemorate him. One day, the morning classes finally ended, and the students all headed to the academy's dining hall for lunch. Because of what had happened in the plaza, everyone knew of Yunruoyan's relationship with Liamo. As a result, the students of the Southern College, regardless of whether they were a single rank higher than Yunruoyan or several ranks higher than her, were all very polite to Yunruoyan. Yunruoyan brought the Lin sisters to the dining hall, where the seniors of the Southern College enthusiastically gave them directions and introduced them to the delicacies of the delicacies. While Yunruoyan felt the warmth of her seniors, she also felt quite a few envious, jealous, and hateful gazes. However, because of their fear of Liamo, they didn't dare act rashly, and only occasionally shot glances at Yunruoyan from afar. Naturally, Yunruoyan didn't pay much attention to them. Instead, she focused on those who were friendly to her. During this period of time, Yunruoyan and the Lin sisters had made quite a few friends. Among them, the beautiful senior sister was called Guan Ruliu. Her rank had already reached Cyan, and she would be able to enter the 3 halls next spring. Apart from a few seniors, there were also a few freshmen from Yunruoyan's cohort, all of whom had been paying close attention to her performance. In addition to having Liamo as her backer, they felt that Yunruoyan was also very strong. As a result, many of them began to view her as their leader, wanting to submit to her. There would be many trials and tribulations awaiting her at Kongming Academy in the future, so it was important for her to establish her own circle of friends. As a result, Yunruoyan, who didn't like to meddle in other people's business, tacitly allowed the new students to attach themselves to her. What are the 3 halls like? Are they the same as the 5 academies? Lin Qingxue asked Guan Ruliu, who was sitting opposite her. No. Guan Ruliu swallowed the food in her mouth and wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. She said softly, once you enter the 3 halls, you won't need to attend classes on time like this every day. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the instructors, you can spend the rest of your time freely. Not only that, Zongyang continued. Once you enter the 3 halls, you'll be able to form your own teams and enter the trials to hunt beasts and search for spiritual herbs and herbs. Of course, you'll have to report this to your teacher, who will then apply to the Council of Elders. Once the application is approved, you'll be able to activate the transportation array and enter the designated trial. Zongyang had been at Kongming Academy for a long time, but because his rank was too low, he hadn't been able to enter the 3 halls. From her seniors, Yunruoyan had learned that the trials were also divided by rank. The higher the rank, the greater the risk, but the more treasures there would be. On the other hand, the lower the rank, the lower the risk, and the fewer treasures there would be. Students from the 3 halls could apply to enter the higher rank trials for training and treasure hunting. From time to time, the 5 academies would also organize students to enter the trials, but the trials they entered were usually of a lower rank. Only later did she learn of Li Mo's relationship with Yunruoyan. It's not just a grudge, it's a death grudge. In the trial grounds, Rong Yuashan had instigated others to kidnap her and her sister, and then tried to kill them. In Lin Qingxue's eyes, she and Rong Yuashan had already become mortal enemies. You have to be careful of that person. Zongyang pointed his chopsticks at one of the people in Rong Yuashan's group. That's the head of the Northern College, Guan Tianyu. He just came out of the high-rank trial yesterday. Everyone's gaze followed Zongyang's chopsticks. In front of Rong Yuashan was a tall, muscular youth, the Guan Tianyu that Zongyang had spoken of. Zhou Yang had said that only students who had entered the 3 institutions were qualified to enter the high-rank trial grounds, but this Guan Tianyu was the second elder's grandnephew, and he was doted on by the second elder. It was because of this relationship that he was able to enter the high-rank trial grounds with the students of the 3 institutions. He's a vicious man, and because of his relationship with the second elder, there's no one in the 5 colleges that he doesn't dare to bully. Guan Ruliu sat with her back to Guan Tianyu's group, and she didn't turn around to look at them. As if sensing Yun Ruoyan's group's gaze, Guan Tianyu turned toward them with a sinister glare. When Zhou Yang saw Guan Tianyu's gaze, he subconsciously lowered his head. The other students who were sitting close to Yun Ruoyan's group also seemed to be intimidated by Guan Tianyu's gaze, and they all lowered their heads. Yun Ruoyan only glanced at Guan Tianyu indifferently before turning back to the food in front of her. Guan Tianyu was satisfied with the deterrent effect of his glare, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. But very quickly, the smile on his face froze. Yun Ruoyan had suddenly raised her head and met his gaze without restraint. As Yun Ruoyan and Guan Tianyu stared at each other, the noisy crowd seemed to quiet down, and the atmosphere became heavy. Lin Qingxue had a fearless temperament, and she had initially lowered her head at Lin Qingchen's urging. However, when Yun Ruoyan met Guan Tianyu's gaze, she also raised her head and glared at Guan Tianyu, her eyes full of disdain and disgust. Ha! Guan Tianyu couldn't help but be puzzled by Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingxue's fearless and indifferent gazes. Who were these 2 girls? How could they be so daring? It had been many years since anyone in the 5 academies had dared to look down on him and look down on him. Who are those people? Why do they look so unfamiliar? Guan Tianyu asked Rong Yuashan. Rong Yuashan was the second elder's new disciple, and she held a high position in the Northern College. Moreover, her uncle, Rong Tianhai, was an instructor of the Northern College, so she was qualified to walk with Guan Tianyu. Rong Yuashan was also a perceptive person, and she treated Guan Tianyu with the respect that a junior should show a senior. As a result, the 2 of them naturally became birds of a feather. The one with the birthmark is Master Mo's disciple, Yun Ruoyan. The round-faced one is her cousin, Lin Qingxue. And the one eating with her head lowered is also Yun Ruoyan's cousin, Lin Qingchen, Rong Yuashan replied. She's Master Mo's new disciple, Yun Ruoyan. Guan Tianyu exclaimed in surprise. Why is she so ugly? Yun Ruoyan's mask had been cut open by Rong Yuashan's ice blade in the plaza the previous day, revealing her fake scar. Later on, when others looked at her, they became curious. They would always look at her face with strange eyes, as if they wanted to see through the veil on her face and see her true face. Yun Ruoyan didn't like this, so she decided not to wear a veil in the future. She had come to Kongming Academy to cultivate, not to participate in a beauty pageant. If she were to openly show her ugly face to everyone, she might even be able to make friends who were willing to be friends with her. Liamo expressed his approval of Yun Ruoyan's decision. After all, she looked far too beautiful and conspicuous without a veil. On the other hand, her ugly appearance reassured Liamo quite a bit. Senior, not only is she ugly, but her heart is just as ugly as her appearance, Yi Qianning commented. I can see that. Guan Tianyu narrowed his eyes. How dare they ignore my disciple? I'm going to take them on. Senior, Yun Ruoyan is Master Mo's disciple. It's best if you don't provoke her, Rong Yuashan interjected. That's right. Yesterday, Miss Rong, young Master Zhao, and Miss Zhao got into a fight with Yun Ruoyan in the plaza. Yun Ruoyan relied on Master Mo's authority to take Miss Zhao's pearl for herself, and she even forced young Master Zhao to kowtow to her and admit his wrongdoings. Something like that happened. Guan Tianyu frowned. The Southern College had the first elder, and although it was clearly superior to the Northern College, the students of the Southern College were strictly required to keep a low profile. However, because of the second elder's competitive personality, his students were used to being arrogant and domineering. He actually kowtowed to her. Guan Tianyu looked toward Zhao Chang and Zhao Su. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces, but they didn't say anything. The Zhao siblings weren't from the Northern College, but they were close friends with the Northern College. Naturally, Guan Tianyu had to act like a big brother, treating Zhao Chang as his own lackey. In that case, I'll have to take her on in Zhao Chang's stead. Guan Tianyu snorted as he walked toward Yun Ruoyan. Rong Yuashan and Yi Qianning glanced at each other, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction. They might be afraid of Li Mo, but someone else wasn't. Guan Tianyu's walking over. Zhong Yang said nervously. The other students were just as nervous as he was, all of them burying their heads in their bowls of rice. Guan Tianyu walked up to Yun Ruoyan's table, but his gaze turned to Zhong Yang. Zhong Yang seemed like an amiable, easygoing person, but in Guan Tianyu's eyes, he was the easiest to bully. Zhong Yang had been bullied more than once by the Northern College's students. Junior brother Zhong, how was your appetite today? Guan Tianyu asked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Ah, not bad, not bad. Zhong Yang hurriedly stood up and replied with a chuckle. Why do I feel like these meatballs are raw? Guan Tianyu frowned. Ah. Zhong Yang didn't know what he meant. How could that be? They're not raw, not raw. Oh. Is that so? Guan Tianyu took the chopsticks from Zhong Yang's hand, stuck them into Lin Qingchen's plate, and picked up a meatball. When the meatball was picked up by Guan Tianyu, it quickly turned cold, and a thin layer of ice formed on its surface. As the crowd watched, Guan Tianyu handed the meatball to Zhong Yang. This must be raw, or why isn't this junior sister eating it? But since you said it's not raw, why don't you eat it? Chapter 232. Guan Tianyu was clearly bullying Zhong Yang, but his gaze would occasionally drift toward Yun Ruoyan. In the end, Guan Tianyu was still wary of Li Mo. He hadn't directly attacked Yun Ruoyan, but he could bully those close to Yun Ruoyan, such as Zhong Yang. The people around them immediately understood Guan Tianyu's true intentions, and they quickly carried their dishes away from Yun Ruoyan's table to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Zhong Yang actually wanted to leave as well. He had been bullied so much that he was afraid of Yun Ruoyan, and he would usually avoid the Demon King whenever he saw him. But it was too late now. Guan Tianyu had already set his sights on him. Guan Ruliu, on the other hand, remained unmoving. She was a rather senior student in the academy, so she didn't fear Guan Tianyu as much as the others, but she wouldn't provoke him easily either. Senior brother, I'm already full. Zhong Yang refused unwillingly. It was already winter, and eating a frozen meatball wasn't a comfortable thing to do. So you're saying that you won't eat it? Guan Tianyu's smile was still sinister as he turned to Lin Qingchen. Lin Qingchen was a vegetarian, and all that was left on her plate was meat. Guan Tianyu put on a disgusted expression. I can't stand people wasting food. If you're not going to eat it, then you, junior sister, have it. Guan Tianyu placed the meatball in front of Lin Qingchen. Lin Qingxue couldn't sit still any longer. She slammed the chopsticks in her hand on the table and tried to stand up, but Yun Ruoyan pressed her down and stood up herself. Yun Ruoyan was so small that she only reached Guan Tianyu's shoulder, and her aura was far inferior to his. However, Yun Ruoyan didn't show the slightest fear toward Guan Tianyu. Instead, her eyes were full of disdain. Yun Ruoyan's disdain infuriated Guan Tianyu, and the malice in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. From an outsider's point of view, the two of them were about to start a fight. Those who didn't like Yun Ruoyan mocked her for overestimating herself, for even daring to provoke the Northern College's tyrant. Even those who had a favorable impression of Yun Ruoyan were worried for her. Everyone was certain that as long as the two of them fought, Yun Ruoyan would be crushed. I'll eat, I'll eat. Just as the atmosphere became more and more tense, Zongyang said, I also don't like wasting food. I'll eat it. Zongyang took the meatball from Guan Tianyu's hands, frowned, and popped it into his mouth. Senior brother Zongyang, wait. Yun Ruoyan suddenly reached out to stop Zongyang. She used 2 fingers to grab the chopsticks in Zongyang's hand. These meatballs are cold, so let me warm them up for you. As Yun Ruoyan spoke, Zongyang felt a wave of heat travel from Yun Ruoyan's fingers to the chopsticks in his hand, and then to the meatball stuck in the chopsticks. Soon, the layer of ice on the surface of the frozen meatball melted, and then it became hot again, from the cold to the hot. That's enough, senior brother. Yun Ruoyan let go of her chopsticks. Thank you, junior sister. Zongyang looked at the changes in the meatball in his hand in shock. Then, his eyes lit up with joy, and he stuffed the meatball into his mouth. Yes, it's not raw at all, Zongyang murmured as he ate. Not only is it not raw, it tastes really good. Zongyang finished the meatball in front of everyone's eyes, wiping his mouth as if he hadn't had enough yet. Guan Tianyu had seen Yun Ruoyan's actions just now, and he was quite shocked. He hadn't expected that a rookie like Yun Ruoyan would be able to control spiritual energy as precisely as he was, and he even wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Senior brother Guan, is this enough? Yun Ruoyan looked at Guan Tianyu with a cold smile, her eyes cold. Guan Tianyu's original plan to cause trouble had been foiled by Yun Ruoyan, and he was quite displeased. There was nothing in Kongming Academy that he couldn't provoke. You're not bad, but you're so ugly that it hurts my eyes. Guan Tianyu purposely stared at Yun Ruoyan's birthmark with a disgusted expression. I heard that you, Rong Yuashan, and Yi Qianying are all daughters of noble families. How come they're so pretty, while you're so ugly? It's one thing for you to be ugly, but you're even trying to pollute the eyes of others. How could Kongming Academy allow someone as ugly as you to enter? I don't know what Master Imo saw in you either, for him to accept an ugly monster like you as his disciple. Yun Ruoyan hadn't expected that Guan Tianyu, despite his burly physique and manly appearance, would have a mouth even more venomous than that of a girl's. Don't you have any manners? Lin Qingxue couldn't help but stand up and yell at Guan Tianyu. This time, even Lin Qingxun's expression changed. Even though they knew that Yun Ruoyan was only pretending to be ugly, they still couldn't stand Guan Tianyu's insults. What's the matter? I'm just speaking the truth. Can't I even speak the truth? Guan Tianyu looked like a ruffian, a wicked grin on his face as he shouted, What can you do to me? You bitten me, you hateful face. That's right. You're so ugly, yet you don't want to tell us. Then don't come out and scare people, Li Furong added. Rong Yuashan and Yi Qianying also looked at Guan Tianyu mockingly. Ha! Yun Ruoyan laughed carelessly. Senior brother Guan, Kongming Academy accepts students based on their abilities, not their looks. I've come to Kongming Academy to study and cultivate, not to be a beauty pageant candidate. If you want to look at beauties, there's no shortage of brothels around you. Yun Ruoyan smiled at Rong Yuashan and the others. I can tell you honestly that they're no worse than brothels. Yun Ruoyan's words caused Rong Yuashan and the others' expressions to change. What do you mean? Li Furong roared. How dare you compare us to brothels? Am I? Yun Ruoyan pretended to be confused. Miss Li, you're overthinking things. I'm just giving you an example. That's right. Lin Qingxue laughed, the prostitutes in our 100 Flowers brothel are famous for their beauty. Just based on looks, I don't think you guys can compare to them. That makes sense, senior brother Guan, Lin Qingxun added coldly. If you really want to look at beauties, why don't you go there? Pfft. Zongyang couldn't help but burst out laughing. He immediately covered his mouth with his hand, but he couldn't stop his body from trembling. In his mind, Yunruoyan had always been the cold-blooded type. Who would have thought that even Guan Tianyu wouldn't be her match when it came to her venomous tongue? And her two younger sisters were usually quite obedient, but when they got into a fight, they were always the best of the best. Even Guan Tianyu, who had always prided himself on his eloquence, was rendered speechless. Yunruoyan, how dare you? Rong Yuashan's face was bright red, and it seemed that she had truly been angered. I'm the daughter of the emperor's uncle, and Yi Qianying is the crown prince's concubine. Rong Yuashan hadn't succeeded in teaching Yunruoyan a lesson in the plaza, and she hadn't dared to do so because of Li Mo. However, her desire to teach Yunruoyan a lesson had never lessened. In fact, it had only grown stronger. She had intended to use Guan Tianyu to teach Yunruoyan a lesson today, but she hadn't expected that even the Demon King wouldn't be a match for Yunruoyan. Fortunately, she now had a good reason to teach Yunruoyan a lesson. If she didn't teach Yunruoyan a lesson after hearing such insults, her master, the second elder, would probably never forgive her. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not worthy of my surname. Rong Yuashan shouted. She waved her hand at Yunruoyan, and two icicles shot toward Yunruoyan's group. Be careful. Zhong Yang grabbed Lin Qingxue, and Guan Ruliu pulled Lin Qingchen away. Yunruoyan grabbed a plate from the table and threw it in the direction of the icicles. The icicles hit the plate with a shattering sound, and all the juice and soup in the dish spilled out. Rong Yuashan and the others reacted quickly and dodged, but Li Furong was splattered all over her face. Lin Qingxue looked at Li Furong, but before she could laugh, Rong Yuashan shot out another two icicles. This time, however, Yunruoyan didn't dodge. Instead, she raised her right hand, and a fireball appeared in her palm. Before the icicle could reach her, Yunruoyan hurled the fireball out. When the fireball met the icicles in midair, it exploded like a blossoming flower, enveloping the icicles within. In an instant, the icicles melted in the fire and disappeared. Fireball technique. Guan Tianyu exclaimed. I didn't expect this ugly girl to be so skilled. Things are getting interesting. Rong Yuashan was shocked to see that Yunruoyan, who she hadn't been able to deal with just a few days ago, had so easily neutralized her icicle technique. You've learned a physical technique as well. Ha, you're not the only one, master. Yunruoyan raised her right hand again, and another fireball appeared in her palm. Didn't you want to fight me? In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Yunruoyan threw the fireball at Rong Yuashan. Just as Li Mo had said, the fireball technique was specifically designed to deal with icicles. The fireball could melt the icicles, but the icicles couldn't stop the fireball. Rong Yuashan watched as the fireball got closer and closer. She could finally feel the impending danger. Just as Rong Yuashan was panicking, Guan Tianyu finally made his move. Chapter 233. Guan Tianyu shot out a row of ice blades at Yunruoyan's fireball. Although they were both low-level ice blades, Guan Tianyu's ice blades were far larger and more numerous than Rong Yuashan's. The row of 5 or 6 ice blades instantly shot into the fireball. They were quickly melted by the fireball's temperature, but they did not disappear. Instead, they melted into water and extinguished the fireball. When Yunruoyan saw Guan Tianyu's move, she couldn't help but look at him in a new light. The reason he could be so domineering wasn't just because of his status as the second elder, but also because of his own strength. Young master, I'm hungry. Guan Tianyu clapped his hands and broke the stalemate. Let's not play around today, let's eat first. He glanced at Yunruoyan with interest before walking off to the other side of the cafeteria. Rong Yuashan glared viciously at Yunruoyan before following Guan Tianyu away. Both Yi Qianying and Pei Zhou looked at Yunruoyan with surprise. The Zhao siblings also had a pensive look on their faces. Ah! Are we going to let it go just like that? Li Furong's face was covered in soup as she cried out in exasperation, but no one paid any attention to her. She stomped her feet and ran out of the cafeteria, most likely heading back to the courtyard to freshen up. Yun Ruoyan, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Zhou Yang looked Yun Ruoyan up and down, as if this was the first time he'd met her. Sister Ruoyan, you're really amazing. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen were both smiling. That's right, Yun Ruoyan. What kind of technique was that to be able to unleash such a large fireball? Even Rong Yuashan wasn't your match. The few rookies who had initially wanted to rely on Yun Ruoyan, but had left out of fear of Guan Tianyu, now sat back down with their bowls, looking at Yun Ruoyan fawningly. Yun Ruoyan, oh, no, Boss Yun, what kind of technique is that, and where did you learn it? Can you tell us? Do you even need to ask? Lin Qingxue cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer and slowly replied, of course it was taught by Master Mo's sister Ruoyan is a disciple that Master Mo accepted in front of everyone, and the techniques that Master Mo imparted to her are naturally confidential. How could he just casually reveal them to you? Lin Qingxue didn't like the cowardly behavior of these rookies, and her tone carried a hint of disdain. Yun Ruoyan could understand their behavior. After all, it was common for the weak to attach themselves to the strong, so it wasn't unusual. However, this also made her realize that even if she wanted to form a team, she had to have strict requirements for her team members. Among these requirements was the courage to face off against the strong. Otherwise, if they encountered a slightly stronger magical beast, they would just run away. What was the use of having him? She couldn't help but think of Zhuo Yifeng. He was one of the few people she had acknowledged, but because of Liu Mo, he had drifted further and further away from them. Ever since he had left with the sixth elder at the plaza, Yun Ruoyan hadn't seen him again. Lin Qingxue, on the other hand, had gone to the central college to see Zhuo Yifeng. When she returned, she told Yun Ruoyan that Zhuo Yifeng was being personally taught by the sixth elder, and that he was extremely diligent in his cultivation. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but sigh. Hatred could bring out a person's greatest potential, and Zhuo Yifeng himself was a good candidate for cultivation. Coupled with his extraordinary diligence, it was only a matter of time before he grew stronger. However, given Li Mo's monstrous cultivation, Zhuo Yifeng had no chance of defeating him at all. Yun Ruoyan didn't even dare to imagine that the two of them would one day fight to the death. One was a friend she had gone through thick and thin with, and the other was her lover. She hoped that such a day would never come. Was it really the Slaughtering King who taught you this technique? Lin Qingchen's puzzled question interrupted Yun Ruoyan's train of thought. That's right. Yun Ruoyan nodded. Lin Qingchen frowned slightly. She didn't live far from Yun Ruoyan, and they even had dinner together. Apart from when they were sleeping, the two of them were practically inseparable. When had the Slaughtering King taught her this new technique? It looks like I'll have to find some time to have a good chat with Sister Ruoyan, Lin Qingchen thought. Indeed, a master produces a brilliant disciple. Guan Ruliu stood up from her seat. Are you all done eating? Let's head back to the Southern College to prepare for our afternoon classes. Yun Ruoyan and the others followed Guan Ruliu out of the cafeteria. On the way out, Yun Ruoyan suddenly felt as if someone was staring at her from behind. Yun Ruoyan subconsciously turned around. Sure enough, she saw a few familiar faces, and more than one at that. Yun Ruoyan glanced at them coolly before turning away and disappearing from the cafeteria. In an inconspicuous corner of the cafeteria, Wang Meng and Li Qianxiao sat facing each other. Brother Wang, I've noticed that you've been staring at Miss Yun. Have you taken a liking to her? Li Qianxiao smiled meaningfully. Your Highness, you must be joking. Wang Meng denied it, then asked with a smile, I saw that your Highness's gaze was also fixed on Miss Yun, and I found it strange. Your concubine is clearly the daughter of the Yi family, but you're staring at Miss Yun instead of her. What's the meaning of this? Ha! Li Qianxiao laughed dryly, then asked with a puzzled expression, I'm just curious as to why Miss Yun's birthmark seems to change. Sometimes it's bigger, sometimes it's smaller, sometimes it's darker, and sometimes it's lighter. Brother Wang, you're quite knowledgeable. Do you know why? Is that so? When Wang Mang had seen Yun Ruoyan before, she had always been wearing a veil. Now that she had taken off her veil, he was shocked by the birthmark on her face. Wang Mang had seen how much Li Mo doted on Yun Ruoyan, and he had even taken her in as his disciple. Did someone like Li Mo really not care about a woman's appearance? Wang Mang couldn't quite believe it. As the saying goes, a gentleman seeks a fair and graceful lady. Which man in this world doesn't love a beautiful lady? Even Li Mo was no exception. Combined with Li Qianxiao's question, Wang Mang's heart suddenly lit up. Could the scar on Yun Ruoyan's face be fake? Wang Mang was also a pill master, and he knew that there were several herbs that could be mixed together to create a birthmark scar. The martial arts world often used this method to disguise themselves, and Yun Ruoyan was most likely using it as well. Brother Wang, what's the matter? Why are you in a daze? Oh, nothing. Wang Mang took a sip of his soup, not intending to share his new discovery with Li Qianxiao. Why haven't I seen the fourth prince today? Wang Mang changed the topic. These past few days, he had often gone to Li Qianxiao's residence to play with his two brothers. Wang Mang hadn't been familiar with Li Qianxiao before, having only met him at a banquet hosted by Pei Yingxiong. However, with Wang Mang's deliberate effort to befriend him, they had quickly gotten to know each other. Yesterday, he suddenly told me that he'd had enough fun on Kongming Mountain, so I had a senior send him off the mountain early this morning, Li Qianxiao replied. Oh, is that so? I was going to have a drink with him tonight, but it looks like I'll have to wait until later, Wang Mang replied half-truthfully. On the second floor of the tower, Shui Yun was reporting to Li Mo, Your Highness, I purposely tried to find an opportunity to approach Li Qianyue, and as expected, he asked me about the all-seeing mirror. Shui Yun glanced at Li Mo, a smile on his lips as he continued, just as Your Highness said, Li Qianyue really doesn't know about the heavenly punishment. After I told him about this, he was so scared that his face turned ashen, and he left this morning with his tail between his legs. Li Mo nodded. Since that old man wanted someone to help him, he naturally wouldn't tell anyone about the heavenly punishment. Otherwise, who would risk the heavenly punishment to send a message to the divine dragon realm? I'd wanted to free that old man as soon as possible, but the situation has changed. It's best to keep his old bones around for a few more years. Both Li Mo's expression and tone were unusually sinister, and Shui Yun found him to be a stranger. In Shui Yun's eyes, although the slaughtering king was usually cold and serious, he was actually very good to his subordinates and clansmen. He was a kind-hearted man, but whenever the divine dragon clan was mentioned, his entire body would brim with a murderous aura. Even Shui Yun, who had served Li Mo for a very long time, felt afraid. I had you keep an eye on that female student named Li Furong. Did you find anything? Li Mo reigned in his sinister aura. I was just about to report this to Your Highness, Shui Yun replied. Shui Yun replied, on the night Your Highness gave me the order, I waited outside Li Furong's room. In the middle of the night, a black-robed man entered Li Furong's room. This subordinate wanted to eavesdrop on the commotion inside the room, but the black-robed man's senses were unusually sharp, and he was able to release his psychic energy over a large area. Projecting one's mental energy was extremely taxing, and unless one's cultivation had reached a certain level, one wouldn't be able to do so for an extended period of time. Otherwise, one's mental energy wouldn't be able to bear the strain. That person was able to project his mental energy all the way until he left. I'm guessing that he's already a 9th-rank blade master, Shui Yun replied. All right, I understand. Did you find out where he went? I was incompetent. He was too fast, and I didn't dare to follow him too closely for fear of alerting him. Shui Yun bowed. That's understandable. You may leave. Liamo waved his hand, dismissing Shui Yun. Liamo clasped his hands behind his back as he walked to the railing. His gaze swept past the Southern College, then the Western College, then the Northern and Eastern colleges, and finally the Central College in the corner. He couldn't help but frown. The black-robed man Shui Yun spoke of was undoubtedly the black-robed man on a crimson sword aura. As far as Liamo knew, the only person who was at least a 9th-rank blade master was the second elder. Chapter 234. But that was impossible. The black-robed man couldn't possibly be the second elder. Liamo analyzed the situation silently. Firstly, the second elder's cultivation had long since reached the peak of the Sword Saint realm, and he would have been able to detect Yun Ruoyan and Shui Yun's presence. Secondly, although the second elder's temper was a little eccentric and domineering, he would never do anything to harm Kongming Academy. In that case, this black-robed man must have infiltrated Kongming Academy from outside, just like Li Furong. Li Furong had passed the student selection process, but this black-robed man was a male, and none of the male students fit the criteria. Instructors and administrators were even less likely, so the only other possibility was that they were handymen. In Kongming Academy, there were also handymen who did menial chores, such as cleaning the night incense or planting the vegetable garden. Since the students weren't willing to do the menial chores, the handymen would take over. Every handyman had a 3-year contract with Kongming Academy, and they could choose to leave after that, and the academy would recruit new students from outside the academy. Li Mo's eyes glinted. It was highly likely that this black-robed man had infiltrated Kongming Academy through this channel, and that he was currently disguised as a handyman. In the cafeteria, all of the students had finished their meals, and the honorary disciples in charge of cleaning began to clean up. Most of the students had good dining habits, and they weren't usually very sloppy. However, because of Yun Ruoyan's group's conflict, they had put on a show in the cafeteria, resulting in quite a few dishes being smashed. Not only that, but the food and soup had spilled all over the floor and been trampled on by the students who had come in later. It was a disgusting sight to behold. Although the disciples in name weren't official students, they were all nobles. Usually, they would sweep the floor and wipe the dust. Naturally, they wouldn't want to do such a disgusting job. The honorary disciples pushed each other around, none of them willing to do it. Just then, a hunchbacked old man walked into the cafeteria. The honorary disciples all recognized him as Mutely, who was responsible for cleaning the night incense. "Why don't we spend some money to get Mutely to do it?" one of the honorary disciples suggested. Everyone agreed. Although the floor was dirty, it was still much cleaner than the filth in the cafeteria. "Hey, Mute," a disciple called out to the old man. The old man didn't respond at all. "Are you stupid? That old man is deaf and mute." Another registered disciple took a step forward, took out a small piece of silver and waved it in front of the Mute Li, then pointed to the ground and mouthed exaggeratedly, "Clean the ground for us, and this silver is yours." Originally, Mutely wanted to pretend that he didn't understand, but these disciples seemed to be against him. They blocked his way and said that if he didn't clean up the ground, they wouldn't let him eat and so on. Mutely suppressed the anger in his heart and squatted down to wipe the floor with a cloth handed over by a few unnamed disciples. While wiping the ground, he said fiercely in his heart, "Wait until I'm done, then I'll come and take your dog lives." Did you see the conflict in the dining hall today? Mutely was wiping the floor, and the other disciples had nothing to do, so they chatted on the side. "I didn't see anything. I was helping out in the kitchen at the time." "What happened?" one of the disciples asked curiously. Therefore, the nominal disciple who had witnessed the whole incident told the whole story in detail. Let me tell you, the funniest thing was that senior sister Lee. She was splashed with soup all over her face, and she was still jumping around. No matter how pretty she is, she still looks like an idiot, haha. The disciple laughed as he spoke. He didn't remember the excitement of the battle, but he did remember Li Furong's embarrassing appearance clearly. Mutely cursed inwardly as he wiped the floor. Li Furong had already told him to keep a low profile, so why did it seem like she was deliberately going against him? Was there something wrong with her brain? It seemed like he couldn't delay things any longer. That night, mutely, the black-robed man entered Li Furong's room once more. Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? Why did you embarrass yourself in the dining hall today? The black-robed man questioned Li Furong. My hand was injured by that ugly Yun girl, and I've been looking for an opportunity to teach her a lesson for a long time. And those Lin sisters by her side are all despicable. Li Furong replied indignantly. I just happened to be with Guan Tianyu and Rong Yuashan today. Rong Yuashan and Yun Ruoyan have a grudge against each other, and I only wanted to provoke them into a fight. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to get away with it. Humph, the black-robed man snorted. How foolish. Yun Ruoyan is Li Mo's disciple, and given Li Mo's strength, it's obvious that Yun Ruoyan isn't weak at all. She's definitely not as simple as she seems. The black-robed man had observed Yun Ruoyan from afar when he was disguised as mutely. Apart from the ugly birthmark on her face, she didn't seem to have anything special about her. However, because of Li Mo's presence, the black-robed man never dared to underestimate Yun Ruoyan. Remember the mission you've been assigned to Kongming Academy. Once you've completed it, you can have your revenge, the black-robed man instructed. Then when should I do it? I really don't want to stay here for another day. Li Furong looked expectantly at the black-robed man. I've been looking for an opportunity these past few days. In the darkness, the black-robed man's eyes shone like a beast's. Li Mo and the First Elder are both here, so this isn't a good time to strike. Once Li Mo leaves and the First Elder is alone, we'll strike. Li Furong wasn't the only one who didn't want to stay any longer. The black-robed man was even more desperate. Yi Xiang had been out for more than half a year, and he was almost at his limit. It was all Tsang Song's fault for giving him such a good job. During this period of time, Mutely had been observing Li Mo, ready to strike as soon as he left. What was strange, however, was that Li Mo, who had disappeared for more than a month in the past, was now staying at Kongming Academy, refusing to leave at all. Unable to do anything about it, the black-robed man wrote a letter to the far-sighted king, instructing him to find a way to transfer Li Mo away. As a result, Li Mo received a letter from the palace. The letter stated that the far-sighted king was coming to the capital to visit the emperor, and specifically requested to see Li Mo. The emperor, Li Xiu, urged Li Mo to return to the palace as soon as possible to reunite with his brother. Li Mo clutched the letter in his hand, his expression solemn. He had already found out that Mutely was the black-robed man, and the only reason he hadn't taken any action yet was because he wanted to uncover the mastermind behind Mutely's actions. Li Mo had sent someone to intercept Mutely's letter to the far-sighted king, so he naturally knew the contents of the letter. Then, he had sent a secret guard to trace the letter back to the far-sighted king. At first, he didn't dare believe it. The far-sighted king, Li Xing, was his elder brother in name, and Li Mo's impression of him had always been that of a loyal and unambitious prince. But soon after, Li Mo received a letter from the palace. Li Mo had no choice but to believe that Mutely's mastermind was none other than the far-sighted king. Wasn't the explanation of these few paragraphs a little sloppy and simple? With just a few words, the far-sighted king's true identity was revealed to the male lead. In terms of the plot, the writing was a little too childish. There was no sense of urgency or contradiction. That night, Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan sat by the bed, hugging each other as they chatted. I've received a letter from the palace. The far-sighted king has entered the palace to visit the emperor, and he specifically requested to see me. As winter approached, the weather grew colder and colder. Fortunately, the two of them had high cultivations, and their embrace was quite warm. Liemo hugged Yunruoyan even tighter. When Yunruoyan heard Liemo mention the far-sighted king, she sat up in his embrace. The far-sighted king has come to the capital? Is it that Li Xing? Yunruoyan turned to Liemo. There's only one far-sighted king in the Li kingdom, and that's Li Xing. Yan, you seem to know him. I don't know him, but I do know something important about him, Yunruoyan replied solemnly. Oh. Tell me about it. Yunruoyan began to tell Liemo everything she knew about the far-sighted king's rebellion. Liemo was even more certain of his suspicions after hearing Yunruoyan's words. It looks like the far-sighted king has been putting on an act all this time. Even I was fooled by him, Liemo commented coolly. He's clearly here to lure you away so that Li Furong and the black-robed man can make a move while you're away. Yunruoyan leaned against Liemo's chest, her brows furrowed. Liemo, I still find it strange that no one would be able to steal the all-seeing mirror alive. Given the far-sighted king's abilities, there's no way he wouldn't know this, so why would he go through all this trouble? That's exactly what I'm curious about, Liemo replied. I haven't made a move on Li Furong and the black-robed man because I want to lure out the mastermind, and because I want to see what they're up to. In that case, how do you plan to deal with the far-sighted king? Liemo thought for a moment. Since they're trying to lure me away, they must be wary of my presence. As long as I remain on Kongming Peak, they won't dare to make a move. Tomorrow, I'll leave Kongming Academy as they wish. Early the next morning, Mutely drove the carriage filled with night incense as usual and waited outside the southern tower for the registered disciple in charge of cleaning inside the tower to deliver the night incense. Two registered disciples walked out with a chamber pot in their hands. They placed the chamber pot next to the night-scented incense cart and began to chat. I'm so jealous that you're in charge of Master Mo's room. Master Mo doesn't stay in the tower for long, and he'll be leaving soon. You'll be able to relax again, one of the disciples commented. Is Master Mo leaving? This is the longest he stayed in the tower in recent years, the disciple in charge of Li Mo's room replied. Why didn't I know that he was leaving? I overheard their conversation when I was cleaning the first elder's room. Master Mo said that he'd received a letter from the Emperor of the Li Kingdom, saying that the far-sighted king had come to the capital to meet him. Oh, is that so? In that case, I'll have some time to slack off. After pouring out the night incense, Liemo returned the chamber pot to its original spot and handed it to the two disciples for cleaning. Then, he slowly drove the carriage away. As he turned around, Liemo's face suddenly revealed a sinister smile. I've finally made it. Chapter 235. On the second floor of the southern tower, Liemo was standing in front of the railing when Liemo turned to look at him. As if sensing Liemo's gaze swept past them mutely before he summoned a streak of green sword chi and stepped onto it. Liemo inwardly heaved a sigh of relief, a smile on his lips. I've finally gotten rid of this demon of pestilence. The black-robed man's understanding of Liemo came from the far-sighted king's warnings. As Liemo's younger brother in name, the far-sighted king understood him very well, and the more he understood him, the more he feared him. Liemo had only been 6 or 7 when he entered the palace, but he was already different from the average child. Liemo was too intelligent, and his cultivation progressed too quickly. This surprised Li Xing, and he wanted to get closer to him. But no matter how much he tried, the little boy remained cold, as if he could tell that there was more to Li Xing than meets the eye. Liemo's abilities as an adult shocked Li Xing even more. At 16, he was able to command an army and quell the Beastkin rebellion, and he had a lofty status in Kongming Academy. Unfortunately, he couldn't make use of such a talented person, which left Li Xing regretful and vexed every night. Liu Mo alone was equivalent to an entire army, but if he were to make an enemy out of Liu Mo, it would be as much of a hindrance as an army. Li Xing had been lying low for so many years, partly because he wanted to be fully prepared, and partly because he was wary of Liu Mo. The biggest reason he had stolen the manual was to use it against Liu Mo. Li Xing believed that if he were to meet Liu Mo on the battlefield one day, he would be able to put up a fight with him with the manual. As a result, the black-robed man's operation had come to fruition. Because he had already made preparations for the operation, the black-robed man moved quickly. After a brief discussion with Song Song and Li Furong, he came up with a plan. The operation would begin after midnight, when everyone was at their most tired. Song Song wouldn't participate in the operation, and instead returned to his own courtyard to await further news. Li Furong would be the main operator, while the black-robed man would provide support. Poor Li Furong still didn't know how dangerous the all-seeing mirror was, and that she was destined to be the sacrificial lamb. At this moment, she was waiting excitedly for the arrival of the midnight hour. When it was almost midnight, the black-robed man gave the order to begin the operation. Both of them were dressed in nocturnal clothes. Under the cover of the night, they moved quickly toward the southern tower. About 100 meters away from the two of them, there were two other figures hidden behind the black-robed man and Li Furong. They were moving at the same speed as the two in front of them. These two were none other than Shui Yun and Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan was in charge of following Li Furong. As she looked at Li Furong's back from afar, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Li Furong's cultivation wasn't very high, and even Lin Qingxue wasn't a match for her. She appeared to be an early-stage 5th-rank blade master, but her speed was so fast that even a peak 7th-rank blade master like Lin Qingxue had to use all her strength to keep up. Sure enough, even a seemingly useless vase might have something special about her. When the black-robed man and Li Furong arrived at the southern tower, they hid behind a patch of vegetation. Song Song had already drawn a map of the southern tower for them to see, so the two of them had a rough idea of what lay within. "You can move out now. I'll wait for you here," the black-robed man whispered to Li Furong. "All right." Li Furong crouched and took 2 steps towards the southern tower. Suddenly, she turned around and looked at the black-robed man with a burning gaze. "Master, don't forget what you said before." "Don't worry, when have I ever lied to you?" The black-robed man replied sincerely. "I'll definitely recommend you to the far-sighted king. Once he ascends to the throne, you'll be second only to the far-sighted king." Hearing this, Li Furong's eyes lit up even more. The black-robed man watched as Li Furong crawled all the way to a corner of the southern tower. He was a little reluctant to part with her. After all, he had spent so many years raising her. At the same time, however, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Once a person harbored such thoughts, they were bound to die, and Li Furong was no exception. When Li Furong reached the corner of the tower, she didn't open the door to the tower like Yun Ruoyan had expected. Her whole body was like a gecko, climbing up the wall at an extremely fast speed. Yun Ruoyan had seen Li Mo use this technique before. That night, when they were scouting the Yuela villa, Li Mo had used this technique behind Yun Ruoyan's back to avoid alerting the enemy. Yun Ruoyan naturally knew that this technique required a large amount of spiritual energy, which had to be converted into a suction force in order to scale the wall like a gecko. Li Furong clearly didn't have that much spiritual energy, but the fact that she was able to pull off such a suction force was truly puzzling to Yun Ruoyan. "There's a hidden door behind the southern tower. Miss Yun, you keep an eye on Li Furong, and I'll stay here and keep an eye on the black-robed man," Shui Yun whispered to Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan nodded, then quietly circled to the back of the southern tower. Yun Ruoyan had already been informed of the location of the hidden door, so she was able to find it easily. After entering the southern tower, Yun Ruoyan walked all the way to the top floor. At the same time, Li Furong leaped over the railing and into the tower. Yun Ruoyan retracted her aura and hid behind the door as she watched Li Furong approach the all-seeing mirror. The all-seeing mirror sat quietly on a stone pedestal in the center of the room. Yun Ruoyan had only seen it once, during the day. At that time, she saw a white mist floating above the mirror of the divine eye of heaven. When the great elder chanted the incantation to open the mirror of the divine eye of heaven, the white mist dissipated and an eye appeared. After the eye slowly opened, one could see what one wanted to see in that pair of eyes. However, it was nighttime, and this was the first time Yun Ruoyan had seen the all-seeing mirror at night. The surface of the mirror was pitch black, as if it were a bottomless pool, mysterious and cold. At the same time, one would feel a sense of reverence for it, and not dare to approach it. Li Furong, however, didn't seem to feel this way. Her eyes glowed as she walked toward the all-seeing mirror. As she walked, she murmured, "So this is the all-seeing mirror. It's pitch black, and there's nothing special about it." But as soon as Li Furong picked up the all-seeing mirror, a strange phenomenon occurred. A blood-red eye suddenly appeared on the surface of the mirror. The blood-red eye stared straight at Li Furong, causing her to retreat in fear. As she retreated, a beam of red light shot out from the eye and struck Li Furong's body. "It's a demonic eye, a demonic eye." Chiu-Chiu's voice suddenly rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Chiu-Chiu had been cultivating diligently, and this was the first time in nearly 10 days that it had spoken of its own accord, and its voice was filled with fear. Even Yun Ruoyan, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but feel nervous. She didn't have the time to talk to Chiu-Chiu, and instead stared unblinkingly at Li Furong. Because something was happening to Li Furong's body as well. The red light seemed to be extremely harmful to Li Furong. Her face contorted in pain, and her mouth was wide open, but no sound came out. Perhaps there was a sound, but it was muffled by the red light. Within the red light, it was as if a strange and tragic pantomime was taking place. Black scales began to burrow out of Li Furong's exposed skin. Li Furong's snow-white skin was slowly being covered by black scales, and the contrast between the black and white scales caused Yun Ruoyan's back to turn numb. "Mistress, so this noisy Li Furong is actually a black-scaled gecko that's turned into a demon." Yun Ruoyan stared in shock. Li Furong was still transforming. Her hands and feet slowly turned into sharp claws, and her face began to take on the appearance of a gecko. Finally, she landed on all fours within the red light, revealing her true appearance. She was a gigantic black-scaled gecko. The blood-red eye continued to emit a red light that seemed to have a corrosive effect. The gecko's hard scales began to melt, and white smoke began to rise from the gecko's body. The gecko struggled in pain, but the red light from the demonic eye seemed to imprison it. Not only did it stop its voice, but it also froze all of its movements. By the time the gecko had completely melted, a pitch-black beast core was left within the red light. That's the gecko's core. It's extremely poisonous and can be used to refine poison, Chiu-Chiu reminded. Yun Ruoyan nodded and walked toward the red light. Just as she was thinking about how to extract the gecko's core from the light, her gaze landed on the all-seeing mirror's demonic eye. In an instant, Yun Ruoyan felt as if she'd been electrocuted. A white light flashed in her mind, and the figure of a black dragon slowly flew up into the sky. The white light dissipated. "Mistress, hurry up and extract the core. The elders are coming." Chiu-Chiu quickly called out to Yun Ruoyan when she saw that she was suddenly stunned. The white light in her mind disappeared, and Yun Ruoyan regained her clarity of mind. When she heard Chiu-Chiu's call, she looked at the all-seeing mirror once more, only to find that the pair of demonic eyes had disappeared, and the surface of the mirror had returned to its original pitch-black state. The black-scaled gecko's core fell to the ground. Yun Ruoyan picked it up and stored it in her bracelet before quickly descending the tower. The black-robed man was hiding behind the vegetation. Seeing that there was no movement from the top of the tower, his heart was filled with anxiety. Suddenly, 5 streaks of sword light appeared from different directions. The black-robed man knew that he had succeeded, and he carefully retracted his aura. The 5 streaks of sword light were none other than the first elder and the other elders. The 5 elders had sensed the all-seeing mirror's movements, and they had hurried over. When the black-robed man saw the 5 streaks of sword light land on the top of the tower, he crouched down and approached the southern tower. He fished out a key from his robes and easily opened the southern tower's doors. Chapter 236. Shui Yun watched as the black-robed man entered the pagoda, then followed suit. The black-robed man entered the tower. Following the map that Song Song had given him, he easily found the secret chamber at the bottom floor. According to Song Song, the great elder would cultivate in the secret chamber every night. The door to the secret chamber was ajar. The black-robed man seemed to have seen the first elder leave in a hurry after sensing the mirror, not even bothering to close the door. The black-robed man entered the secret chamber. Shui Yunxin, who was following behind, said, "Just as Prince expected, it's a diversion, there's another plan." Shui Yun did not follow the black-robed man into the secret chamber. Instead, she turned and walked up the stairs to the top of the tower. The 5 elders reached the top floor of the southern tower. The mirror was still on the stone platform, but the air was thick with demonic aura. "Looks like a demon broke in," the second elder said, scanning the surroundings. But the monster's level was too low. It wasn't strong enough to activate the heaven and earth formation, so it was killed by the all-seeing mirror. Sixth elder squinted, as if he had not woken up from his meditation. "Why don't I see the first elder?" "He should have sensed something when the all-seeing mirror appeared," the third elder said curiously. "He lives in the southern tower, so he must have arrived earlier than us. He probably went back after seeing that nothing happened." The sixth elder yawned and waved his hand. "With the mirror, we don't have to worry about any demons or ghosts. Let's all go back. I'm so sleepy in the middle of the night." "No, there's something fishy going on," the second elder said. The second elder asserted, as he spoke, he actually approached the God's Eye mirror, as if he wanted to open it to see what was going on. "Second elder, are you crazy?" The fifth elder stopped him. "The mirror cannot be opened at night, or it will be punished by the heavens. You're in charge of the Hall of Penitence, so you should know this better than any of us." When the second elder heard this, he stopped what he was doing. "Why don't we go find the first elder and ask him what's going on?" the third elder suggested. The elders all agreed with the third elder and headed down the tower. Just as they reached the stairs, they saw Shui Yun walking up. "Elders, please wait," Shui Yun said as he blocked their path. "Shui Yun, what are you doing here?" asked the second elder with a frown. "I've been ordered by the great elder to wait for you," Shui Yun said, pulling out an identity medallion that glowed with purple light. The elders recognized the identity medallions in Shui Yun's hands. Not only did they recognize that each of them had one, but they also recognized the medallions. That had been many years ago, when they had first entered Kongming Academy. At their level, the identity tag was no longer important, so they usually wouldn't wear it on their bodies. Instead, they would keep it. So when they saw the Great Elder's identity card, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. "On the orders of the Great Elder, please remain at the top of the tower for the time being," Shui Yun said. "What do you mean?" Third elder asked curiously, "Did something happen?" "Elders, please wait a moment. Once this is over, the Grand Elder will give everyone a reasonable explanation." Shui Yun didn't say anything else, nor did he answer any questions. Although the elders were puzzled, they still had to obey the Great Elder's orders, so they waited patiently. After passing through the door of the secret chamber, there was a corridor with 2 rows of stone doors on either side. Behind these doors were all the treasures of Kongming Academy. According to the intelligence they had received, the manual was stored in the third stone chamber on the left. The black-robed man took out the key he had used to open the tower and opened the door. In the opposite chamber, Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo were observing the black-robed man's movements through a hole in the stone door. "The thousand-faced key," Li Mo murmured. "What is it?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "That black-robed man is holding the thousand-faced key, which is made from the core of a thousand-faced beast, and can unlock all locks in the world," Li Mo replied. "Such a good thing is mine." Yun Ruoyan smiled. "Can we leave now?" Li Mo nodded, and the two of them walked out of the chamber. In the opposite stone room, the black-robed man was rummaging through rows of wooden shelves, looking for the divine dragon art of war. On the wooden shelves, there were all sorts of books and some unknown treasures. Finally, the black-robed man found a black box in an inconspicuous corner. The box was only the size of a palm, and there was a lifelike carving of a black dragon engraved on it. "This is it. It's exactly as described in the intelligence reports," the black-robed man thought as he reached for the box. "So that's what you wanted." Suddenly, a low voice came from behind the black-robed man. Startled, the black-robed man turned around to see Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan standing side by side in front of the stone door. "Didn't you leave?" The black-robed man looked at Li Mo in shock. "I did leave," Li Mo replied slowly. "But I came back." "You're trying to trick me." The black-robed man held the black box in his hand and lowered his body into a defensive stance. "You think you've hidden yourself well, but you've already been exposed. We didn't do anything to you because we wanted to see what you were up to. Hand over the box, and we might spare your life." I'm afraid you don't have the ability to catch me." The black-robed man tossed an object onto the ground. As the item shattered on the ground, a dazzling white light shone on the black-robed man. The black-robed man then disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? Yun Ruoyan was shocked to see the black-robed man disappear so suddenly. "It's a teleportation scroll." Li Mo was also a little surprised. Teleportation scrolls could allow a person to teleport, but activating them consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. Typically, it required 2 or 3 people to activate them simultaneously. In order to reach the trial, at least 4 strong cultivators were needed. However, there were a few teleportation scrolls left behind in ancient times that had the same function as teleportation scrolls. However, these scrolls were exceptionally rare, and Li Mo had only seen one in his entire life. He hadn't expected the far-sighted king to have gone to such great lengths to obtain that small box. That teleportation scroll wasn't of a high rank, so he couldn't have gotten far. "Hurry up and chase after him." Li Mo didn't rush to answer Yun Ruoyan's doubts. He turned around and rushed off, with Yun Ruoyan following closely behind. A white light flashed by the edge of a cliff, and the black-robed man landed on the ground. "Damn it, I've been discovered." The black-robed man was frustrated. "Luckily, I've got the item." "Brother Black-robed, did you succeed?" Just as the black-robed man was about to fly off on his sword, Tsang Song suddenly appeared behind him. "Yes, I did." The black-robed man's voice was relaxed. "I've finally completed my mission, and I can finally leave this damned place." "Congratulations, Brother Black-robed." Tsang Song also walked up to the black-robed man, his face full of joy. "You've contributed quite a bit this time as well. When we get back, I'll definitely put in a few good words for you in front of the far-sighted king." Before the black-robed man could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He stared at Tsang Song in disbelief. Why? The black-robed man grabbed Tsang Song's blood-stained hand. Tsang Song was holding a dagger in his hand, and the blade of the dagger had completely sunk into the black-robed man's abdomen. Brother black-robed, you've been exposed, Song Song whispered. Song Song lowered his voice and said, you can't escape. Only by killing you and confusing the crowd can I deliver the divine dragon art of war to the prince. Rest in peace. By the time Yin Ruoyan and Liemo had arrived, they saw Song Song stab the black-robed man's chest, then kick him off the cliff. Senior Song Song, stop. Yin Ruoyan shouted at Song Song, but it was clearly too late. The black-robed man had already been kicked off the cliff. Song Song sheathed his sword and looked at Liemo and Yin Ruoyan calmly. Liemo and Yin Ruoyan quickly walked to the edge of the cliff. Yin Ruoyan looked down and saw that the bottom was shrouded in mist. If he fell from here, he wouldn't even have a corpse left. Yin Ruoyan turned back to Liemo. Senior Song Song, why are you here? Liemo frowned at Song Song. Song Song's expression remained calm. I happened to wake up at night when I saw a scarlet sword flash past my window. I didn't recognize it, so I chased it here. The black-robed man on the sword tried to escape, so I knocked him off the cliff. The black-robed man fought back fiercely, and I accidentally killed him. Liemo wanted to ask more, but Yin Ruoyan interrupted him. Senior Song Song, did you see the black box in the black-robed man's hand? Black box. Song Song pretended to be confused. Did you chase the black-robed man here because he took the box? Senior Song Song, did you see it? Liemo didn't answer Song Song's question. Song Song thought for a moment. When I knocked the black-robed man off the cliff, he seemed to have dropped something, but I couldn't see what it was exactly. Where? Yin Ruoyan asked hurriedly. Song Song pointed to the bushes and trees behind him and said, it fell over there. Senior Song Song, the black-robed man stole that item from the southern tower. It's very important. From the southern tower. Song Song looked surprised. Then it must be something very important. Hurry up and look for it. After saying that, Song Song walked into the flowers and trees and pretended to search carefully. Found it. A moment later, Yin Ruoyan found a black box hidden among the bushes. Yin Ruoyan held the box in her hand. Her fingers brushed past the carving of a black dragon on the lid, and she felt a cold sensation seep into her skin. Chapter 237. Yin Ruoyan felt a strange coolness from the black box in her hand. She couldn't help but take a closer look at the black box in her hand. It was a box made of an unknown material. It was entirely black, and the engraving of a black dragon on it was exceptionally exquisite. At a closer look, it looked as though it were a living creature. Yin Ruoyan also felt a sense of familiarity with the dragon. Yin Ruoyan had seen the illusion of a black dragon a few times at the bottom of the lake in the imperial territory, as well as in her dreams more than once. Subconsciously, she was very familiar with their appearance. As a result, she felt a strange sense of familiarity with the engraving. Liemo called out when he saw that Yin Ruoyan was in a daze. Yin Ruoyan looked at Liemo and opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. This feeling was so strange that she couldn't explain it in words. Here, is this the one? Yin Ruoyan handed the black box to Liemo. Liemo took the box and confirmed that it was indeed the one that had been taken away by the black-robed man. He glanced at Song Song coolly before opening the box. A green jade tablet was placed inside. The jade tablet emitted a faint green light, indicating that it was not an ordinary item. However, neither Liemo nor Yin Ruoyan had ever seen it before, so they couldn't tell what was so special about it. Liemo closed the box again. Senior Song Song, a thief has snuck into the academy. Tomorrow, I'll have to trouble you and the stewards from the other colleges to conduct a thorough investigation, just in case the thief has any accomplices. Of course, Song Song replied. Song Song's expression darkened as he watched Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan leave. His dissatisfaction with Li Mo rose once more. Relying on your status as the first elder's head disciple, you arrogant brat. Sooner or later, I'll show you what it means to respect your elders. Song Song snorted and turned to leave. Li Mo stopped after 2 steps and turned back to Yun Ruoyan. The 5 elders are still waiting in the southern tower. I'll have to return to the palace and get my master back to deal with them. Li Mo's departure was true, and he had indeed gone to the palace to meet the far-sighted king. However, he had found an opportunity to have the first elder take his place. The first elder knew how to disguise himself, so he had disguised himself as Li Mo to confuse the crowd. I'll go too. Yun Ruoyan exclaimed. I don't have much to do here anyway. Li Mo summoned a green sword aura, wrapped one hand around Yun Ruoyan's waist, and stepped on the sword aura as they flew toward the capital. It'll take a few hours for us to make a round trip. Senior Shui Yun won't be able to deal with those 5 elders by herself, will she? Yun Ruoyan poked her head out of Li Mo's loose robes. Shui Yun is only following orders. They won't make things difficult for her. As Li Mo spoke, he rested one hand on his sword and the other on Yun Ruoyan's head, pushing her back into his warm robes. Less than 4 hours later, Li Mo arrived at the slaughtering king's manor. It was already late at night, and the first elder, disguised as Li Mo, had already returned to the manor after the banquet. The 2 of them landed in Li Mo's green lotus courtyard. As soon as they reached his bedroom, the door swung open. Yun Ruoyan stared in shock at the person who had opened the door. That person had a face identical to Li Mo's. Before Yun Ruoyan could react, Li Mo had dragged her into the room. Master, Li Mo called out to the person who looked exactly like him. He's the first elder. Yun Ruoyan asked in surprise. No one answered Yun Ruoyan's question, because the first elder had answered Yun Ruoyan's doubts with his actions. He stretched out his right hand, which glowed with a faint white spiritual energy. Then, the first elder brushed his right palm, which glowed with spiritual energy, across his face. Li Mo's face disappeared, replaced by the first elder's original appearance. What kind of technique is this? It's so powerful that it can change a person's appearance. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It's a spirit transformation technique, and only those who are at the peak of their cultivation can learn it, Li Mo explained. How did it go? Are you done? The first elder asked. Li Mo recounted the events of the night in detail to the first elder, and Yun Ruoyan supplemented. I didn't expect that Li Furong to be a black-scaled lizard. However, its cultivation was too low, and it was melted by the all-seeing mirror's red light. All that's left is this. Yun Ruoyan took out the black beast core with a flip of her hand. Logically speaking, Li Furong's cultivation shouldn't be low if she's able to take human form and refine such a large beast core. Yun Ruoyan raised a question. But from the way she was killed, as well as her usual behavior, it's clear that her cultivation isn't all that high. Why is that? Li Mo didn't know much about Li Furong, so he couldn't answer Yun Ruoyan's question. The great elder said, there's only one possibility for such a situation. She's a mutant that has just gained a human form not too long ago. Moreover, she didn't obtain her human form through cultivation. Instead, she consumed some kind of spiritual medicine that can help her quickly gain a human form. This is a kind of excessive enthusiasm. Even if you obtain a human form, your cultivation will never be able to increase. So that's how it was. Yun Ruoyan finally understood. Li Furong had clearly been used by the black-robed man as a pawn to ensure her death. Master, this is what the black-robed man stole from the southern tower. Li Mo handed the black box to the first elder. The great elder took the small box and examined it carefully. Then, He opened the small box and took out the piece of jade inside to examine it carefully. This was likely the first time the First Elder had seen such an object. "First Elder, you don't look like you've seen this box before," Yunruoyan asked. The First Elder nodded. There were 10 stone chambers in total, and each chamber contained at least 1,000 items, ranging from artifacts and weapons to all sorts of tomes and rare antiques. "I've studied less than 100 of them, and this is the first time I've seen this box and this piece of jade. Although this green jade is valuable, it doesn't seem to have anything special about it. It shouldn't be worth so much effort." The First Elder narrowed his eyes and looked at the box. Compared to the green jade, this box is even more unique. The First Elder suddenly thought of something else. How did the black-robed man get into the secret chamber? It would have been better if the First Elder hadn't mentioned it, but Yunruoyan immediately remembered. She couldn't help but feel a little heartache as she said, "The black-robed man used the 10,000 transformations key. I wanted to get my hands on it, but the black-robed man was knocked off the cliff by Martial Granduncle, and the 10,000 transformations key followed him down the cliff." "Which Martial Granduncle?" Great Elder asked. "Tsang Song." Liamo crossed his arms. "I felt that something was off about him. I could have caught the black-robed man, but he threw me off the cliff. Also, the item in this box is far from what I expected. Could it have been swapped?" "You suspect Tsang Song?" The First Elder frowned, a little surprised. Tsang Song was the caretaker of the Southern College, as well as his trusted junior brother. Only a suspicion, but no concrete evidence. Liamo nodded. After the black-robed man stole the box, only Tsang Song had any contact with him. If there really is something wrong with the item in the box, then it's highly likely that Tsang Song was the culprit. The First Elder's expression turned serious. According to Liamo, the far-sighted king was planning a rebellion, and the item stolen by the black-robed man had to have something to do with it. The secret chamber had always been Kongming Academy's top secret, and only the First Elder had the authority to open it. If even he wasn't familiar with it, how could someone like the far-sighted king know about it? Moreover, Tsang Song was a high-ranking member of Kongming Academy. If Li Mo's guess was right, how could he have had anything to do with the far-sighted king? If that was the case, then Kongming Academy couldn't keep him around. "Liamo, I've always supported you in everything you do, but Kongming Academy has never participated in the struggles of the secular world. Our goal is to constantly improve our cultivation and venture into the universe," the First Elder began. "Most people in the world are short-sighted, but you should know that cultivation is the only way." "Yes, Master." Liamo nodded. The First Elder was both a master and a senior to Liamo, and more often than not, he played the role of a friend. As a result, Liamo respected and trusted the First Elder. Sometimes, Liamo would choose to ignore Empress Shuetong's words, but he would often listen to the First Elder's advice. At this moment, Yunruoyan wasn't listening to their conversation. She couldn't help but recall the demonic eye she had seen in the all-seeing mirror. The crimson light emitted by the demonic eye could melt Li Furong's black-armored lizard in an instant. It was extremely terrifying and bizarre. Yunruoyan couldn't help but think of the demonic eye she had seen in the serpent ring. Although that demonic eye was much smaller and less powerful than the one she had seen in the all-seeing mirror, the aura it exuded was extremely similar. "Mistress, before you figure out what's going on with the demonic dragons, it's best not to tell anyone else. Not even Liamo or the First Elder." As if sensing Yunruoyan's confusion, Qiuqiu reminded her once more. "You'll have to investigate on your own." Just a moment ago, Yunruoyan had indeed considered asking the First Elder and Liamo about the matter, but Qiuqiu's reminder had dispelled that notion. After explaining the situation to the First Elder left. He also brought the black box back with him for safekeeping. Liamo still had to enter the palace after daybreak, as the far-sighted king would be staying in the capital for a few days. The next day, after having breakfast with Yun Ruoyan, Liemo entered the palace. Yun Ruoyan didn't follow him. Instead, she went to the Lin Manor to look for Lin Zainin. Yun Ruoyan hadn't forgotten the Black Dragon's words in the demonic dragon tomb. Investigate carefully, and you'll surely find some clues that will reveal your identity. If she wanted to uncover her true parentage, she would have to start with those closest to her. Yun Ruoyan first chose Lin Zainin, who truly loved her. Lin Zainin was pleasantly surprised to see Yun Ruoyan. The last time Yun Ruoyan had been infected by demonic energy, Liemo had hurriedly taken her away from the Lin Manor. Although Liemo had reported that she was safe, Lin Zainin couldn't help but worry. As soon as he saw her, he looked her up and down, asking if she was feeling well, and if she still felt unwell. Only when he received a positive answer did he relax. Why had she suddenly returned? Chapter 238. Yun Ruoyan brushed off Lin Zainin, saying that she'd come with Liemo to take care of some business, and that she'd dropped by to see him. Lin Zainin asked about Yun Ruoyan's cultivation, as well as how the Lin sisters were doing. Then, Yun Ruoyan used a fireball technique on Lin Zainin, who was delighted and gratified. When grandfather was young, he was so obsessed with pill-making that he neglected his cultivation as a blade master. In the end, he wasn't able to become a true blade master, and his mastery of spiritual energy was even more shallow. You're able to do both and achieve good results. You've already surpassed your grandfather at such a young age, so your future will be limitless. Seeing that Lin Zainin was so excited that his face was red, Yun Ruoyan poured him a cup of tea. Lin Zainin took the cup and sipped it slowly, calming his excitement. If your mother were still alive, she'd be delighted to see you so successful. Since Lin Zainin had brought up her mother, Yun Ruoyan asked, "Did mother come back often when she was pregnant with me?" "Yes, she came back often, even when your grandmother was still alive. I was often away from home, but I heard from your grandmother that your mother loved to go to the peach orchard to look at the peach blossoms." At the mention of the peach orchard, Yun Ruoyan recalled that strange dream in which Lin Yuemei had asked her to call a stranger daddy. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but ask, "Grandfather, did my mother have any male friends other than my father before she gave birth to me?" Lin Zainin didn't expect Yun Ruoyan to suddenly ask this question. "I just thought that someone as beautiful as mother must have had a lot of suitors before marrying my father," Yun Ruoyan added, realizing that her question had come too suddenly. "That's right." Lin Zainin sighed. "After your mother reached marriageable age, there were so many matchmakers at home. Because she was of marriageable age, we arranged for her to meet some of the scions of the larger families, but none of them caught her eye." Lin Zainin paused, as if immersed in a memory. He gently placed the teacup in his hand on the wooden table. "What I didn't expect was that she'd fall for your father." Lin Zainin sighed again, his expression full of regret. "If I'd known that day, I wouldn't have held that peach blossom party." Yun Ruoyan's eyes lit up. This was the first time she'd heard of such a thing from Lin Zainin. From Lin Zainin's tone, it seemed likely that Lin Yuemei had met Yunlan at the peach blossom party, and had fallen in love with him as a result. "Grandfather, what's the peach blossom party?" Yun Ruoyan hurriedly asked. Thus, Lin Zainin slowly recounted the past. About 18 years ago, Lin Yuemei had just reached marriageable age. Once a woman reached marriageable age, they would immediately arrange a marriage. Back then, the Lin family was still quite powerful, and Lin Yuemei was famed for her beauty. As a result, the number of people who wanted to marry her was overwhelming. One day, Lin Zainin was returning home. Lin Zainin clearly remembered that it had been late autumn, and the flowers outside had withered. The Lin family's peach blossom garden, nourished by spiritual energy, was as lush as spring. Lin Furen discussed with him and decided to hold a peach blossom banquet. They invited all the disciples of the big clans who usually visited the banquet to pick a son-in-law. And on the day of the banquet, Yunlan appeared. "Grandfather, as far as I know, the Lins and the Yuns have been at odds for a long time. Why did you invite my father to the banquet?" Yun Ruoyan asked. As far as Yun Ruoyan knew, her grandfather hadn't approved of the relationship between her parents at first, and it was only after her mother, Lin Yuemei, had tried her best to convince Lin Zainan to allow it. Even so, Lin Zainan had never been fond of Yunlan. "Of course I didn't invite him, but I couldn't stop him from coming with someone else," Lin Zainan replied. "At first, I didn't see your mother like him very much. Instead, she seemed to like that young Master Long," Lin Zainan face-bombed. "That young Master Long? Is he from the capital?" Young Master Long. Yun Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat. Which young Master Long? Is he from the capital? As Yun Ruoyan asked, she tried to recall the names of the Long families in the capital, but Lin Zainan replied, "No, he's just here to join in on the fun, and your father is here to join in on the fun." Lin Zainan said that he'd noticed that young Master Long was a handsome man with an extraordinary manner of speech, a perfect match for Lin Yuemei. He'd even sent someone to investigate him, only to discover that he was living in the Yun household, his origins unknown, and his whereabouts a mystery. Lin Yuemei was the only daughter of the Yun family, and Lin Zainan naturally wouldn't betroth her to someone of unknown origins. Lin Zainan forbade Lin Yuemei from getting close to young Master Long, but Lin Yuemei said that she only admired young Master Long's talent and experience, and that the two of them were just ordinary friends. "That young Master Long really is quite a character. Your two uncles are on good terms with him, and the three of them often travel together." "I can't keep your mother here alone," Lin Zainan replied. "I just didn't expect your father to be with them every day, and I didn't expect you May to fall for your father in the end." From Lin Zainan's tone, Yun Ruoyan could tell that her father couldn't even compare to young Master Long. Whether it was in terms of talent or cultivation, Yunlan was considered a prominent figure in the Li Kingdom. If even he couldn't compare, then young Master Long had to be extraordinary. Hearing Lin Zainan's words, Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but think of a possibility. If what the demonic dragon had said was true, and Yun Ruoyan really did have the blood of a demonic dragon flowing through her veins, then she wouldn't be the sole wife-born daughter of the Yun family, and Yunlan wouldn't be her father. Could this young Master Long also have the blood of a demonic dragon? Was he the man whom Lin Yuemei had asked Yun Ruoyan to call her daddy? "Ruoyan, what's the matter?" Lin Zainan interrupted Yun Ruoyan's train of thought. She raised her head to look at him, her eyes blank. "Ruoyan, what's the matter? Have you run into a problem that you can't solve?" "No." Yun Ruoyan shook her head and smiled. "I'm just curious about this young Master Long. Come to think of it, this young Master Long is really strange," Lin Zainan continued. Yun Ruoyan craned her neck, afraid to miss a single word. "After your father and mother got married, he suddenly disappeared. Someone like him shouldn't be a nameless nobody, but I've never heard of him throughout my travels. It's as if he's vanished from the face of the earth," Lin Zainan murmured curiously. Yun Ruoyan left the Lins and returned to the Slaughtering King's manor, where she was surprised to see her brother, Yun Maxiao. When Yun Ruoyan saw her brother, Li Luo was standing by his side. "Thank you, Sister Li Luo. I was just about to ask you to help me inform my brother." Yun Ruoyan smiled. "His Highness has ordered me to invite young Master Yun," Li Luo replied with a smile. "His Highness treats Miss Yun well." Yun Maxiao pretended to be angry. "Ruoyan, you're back, but you didn't come home. That's too much. You're not even married yet. Brother, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Can we talk about something else?" Yun Ruoyan half coquettishly changed the topic, then dragged her brother to the Qinghe manor. "I'll go prepare some tea." Li Luo turned and left. When Yun Ruoyan saw her brother's gaze following Li Luo's back, she couldn't help but tease him. "Brother, how's it going with your sister-in-law?" Yun Ma Xiao's face reddened. "What sister-in-law? We're not even married yet, and if she hears you calling me that, she'll probably ignore me." "What do you mean we're not married yet?" "Brother, you're a little inefficient, you." Yun Ruoyan giggled as her brother covered her mouth. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the Qinghe Manor, which was separated by a pond and a wooden house. The lotus flowers in the pond had all withered, but the school of goldback carps in the crystal-clear water was quite beautiful. "This must be the slaughtering king's manor, right?" Yun Ma Xiao looked at Yun Ruoyan. "You're staying here too?" "Yes." Yun Ruoyan also looked at her brother. His brows were furrowed more and more tightly, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. "What are you thinking about? There are plenty of rooms here. I'll take this one, and he'll take that one." Yun Ruoyan gestured with her hands. "There's quite a few rooms in between." Only then did Yun Ma Xiao soften his tone. "You'll only be 14 after this year, and you'll only be of marriageable age next year. Don't let anyone take advantage of you. And someone so powerful that even he couldn't do anything about it." "I know." Yun Ruoyan nodded obediently. Although Yun Ma Xiao was a little sentimental, he truly cared about her, unlike his brother, who couldn't wait to give her to Liu Mo. The two of them chatted as they entered a side hall. Just then, Li Luo returned with tea. "Sister Li Luo, my brother's staying for lunch today." "Sorry to trouble you," Yun Ruoyan said. Li Luo glanced at Yun Ma Xiao and smiled. "It's no trouble at all." She then left to prepare lunch. "I see that Sister Li Luo is much closer to you now, so you'd better be more proactive." Yun Ruoyan looked at her brother. Yun Ma Xiao didn't look at Yun Ruoyan. Instead, he lowered his head and stared at the tea in his cup. "She's more grateful to me than anything else. Her senior brother is currently serving under my master in the northern barracks, and I was the one who recommended him." Yun Ruoyan thought of the beastkin man who had lost an arm. Yun Ma Xiao took a sip of tea, then raised his head and smiled brightly. "But I have plenty of patience. Brother, I'd like you to investigate someone for me," Yun Ruoyan suddenly said. "Who?" Yun Ma Xiao asked. "A young master surnamed Long. He appeared in the capital 18 years ago, and he was on good terms with our parents. Then, for no apparent reason, he disappeared. Help me find out who else he's been in contact with other than our parents." Yun Ruoyan saw the confusion on Yun Ma Xiao's face. "Don't ask me why, and don't tell anyone else about this. I'll tell you when the time comes." Yun Ma Xiao nodded, suppressing his doubts and asking no further questions. Having one's own secrets was a sign that one had grown up. Yun Ma Xiao felt that Yun Ruoyan had already grown up, but he didn't know that Yun Ruoyan had far too many secrets that he didn't know, and couldn't let him know. Chapter 239. After lunch, in order to create an opportunity for Yun Ma Xiao and Li Luo to interact, Yun Ruoyan suggested a game of chess. Liu Mo had ordered Li Luo to take good care of Yun Ruoyan, and she obeyed Yun Ruoyan's request by setting up a chessboard in the side hall. Yun Ruoyan wanted Li Luo and Yun Ma Xiao to play, but Li Luo refused. Yun Ruoyan couldn't force the issue, so she could only play with Yun Ma Xiao herself. As Yun Ruoyan played, she glanced at Li Luo from time to time. Although Li Luo didn't speak, she would frown every time she made a wrong move. From this, Yun Ruoyan could tell that Li Luo was quite skilled at chess. For those who were skilled at chess, nothing was more painful than watching a lousy chess player play poorly. Yun Ruoyan purposely made a wrong move, then looked vexed. "Brother, this move doesn't count. I'll go again." Yun Ruoyan refused to play, and Yun Maxiao nodded in agreement. However, Yun Ruoyan pondered for a long time without making a move. Sister Li Luo, where do you think I should play? Yun Ruoyan took the initiative to ask Li Luo, and Li Luo finally made a move. You can try there. Li Luo pointed at a spot. Once Li Luo started, she couldn't hold back. After Yun Ruoyan repeatedly asked if Li Luo could play there, Li Luo was finally forced into a position by Yun Ruoyan. Yun Maxiao was skilled at chess, but Li Luo wasn't bad either. The two of them were evenly matched on the board. In the end, Yun Maxiao won. I lost, Li Luo sighed. Yun Ruoyan glared at her brother. Why can't you go easy on her? Do you really want to win that badly? Yun Maxiao ignored Yun Ruoyan's gaze and smiled at Li Luo. Miss Li Luo, it's still early. Why don't we play another round? Sure. Unexpectedly, Li Luo agreed without hesitation. Yun Ruoyan didn't need to mediate the atmosphere any longer. The two of them played back and forth, and Yun Ruoyan became an outsider. By the time the second round ended, it was evening. Young Master Yun, you're skilled at chess. I'm not your match. Sister Li Luo, you're already very impressive. My brother learned his chess skills from General Huang, and the fact that you were able to last so long against him shows that you're quite skilled. Yun Ruoyan stared at her brother once more. She felt that her brother had never been so calm before. He'd actually won 2 rounds in a row against the girl of his dreams. No wonder there was no sign of it yet. Yun Ruoyan wasn't particularly interested in chess. In her past life, she had only learned it to please Pei Zio. Although she was an expert, she lacked the heart to play chess, and she didn't care about winning or losing. That was why she felt that between losing a game of chess and making her sweetheart happy, the latter was more important. However, Yun Maxiao knew that one couldn't afford to concede in a match between experts. This was a form of respect for one's opponent. If he had conceded, Li Luo probably wouldn't have played a second round with him. Compared to Yun Maxiao's domineering style, Li Luo's style was steady and incisive. It was just that she was a little lacking in maturity and skill, which was why she had lost to Yun Maxiao. Miss Li Luo, from whom did you learn chess? Yun Maxiao asked. His Highness sometimes plays chess with others, and I often watch from the sidelines, so I've learned a little, Li Luo replied. I've never seen Li Mo play chess before. Yun Ruoyan pretended to be interested. I'd like to play another round with him. Oh, would you like to play a round with me? Li Mo's voice came from outside the hole. Li Mo walked in, his eyes glued to the door for a few days. Li Mo, you're back early. Yun Ruoyan looked at Li Mo in surprise. In the morning, Li Mo had told her that he wouldn't be back until late at night, but he was back so early in the evening. Your Highness. Li Luo stood up from her seat and greeted Li Mo respectfully. Slaughtering King. Yun Maxiao also stood up and bowed to Li Mo. Li Mo gestured for them to dispense with the formalities, then turned to Yun Ruoyan. Li Mo waved at Yun Ruoyan. You're back just in time. We were just playing chess. My brother's really good, so why don't you two play? Yun Ruoyan walked up to Li Mo and smiled. Yun Maxiao also looked at Li Mo expectantly. It was said that a person's character and personality could be discerned from their chess style, and Yun Maxiao was very much looking forward to playing against Li Mo. Li Mo glanced at Yun Maxiao. Sure, but I don't have time today. Li Mo turned to Yun Ruoyan. I'm here to bring you into the palace. Yun Ruoyan was a little surprised. Why are you bringing me into the palace? Li Mo didn't answer Yun Ruoyan's question. Your father, official Yun, is also here. Since his father was also in the palace, he must have known that Li Mo had come to bring Yun Ruoyan into the palace. In that case, Yun Ruoyan would have no choice but to enter the palace. Li Mo turned back to Yun Ma Xiao. There are quite a few scions from the noble families in the palace as well. Would you like to tag along? Yun Ma Xiao had spent most of his time in the army, and he hadn't attended banquets or social gatherings. Now that he had returned from the army, however, it was important for him to attend more banquets held by the noble families. In fact, Yun Lan had indeed brought Yun Ma Xiao to quite a few banquets and acquainted him with quite a few of the nobles. Since father hasn't asked me to go, I'm sure he has his reasons. I'd better not go, Yun Ma Xiao replied. Farewell. Li Mo nodded. Li Luo, please send young Master Yun off. Li Luo sent Yun Ma Xiao off, and Li Mo brought Yun Ruoyan to the courtyard. Why did you suddenly return to bring me to the palace? Yun Ruoyan asked once more. The far-sighted king has adopted a son who insists on taking me as his master, so I told him that I have a disciple, Li Mo replied. When the far-sighted king heard this, he insisted on meeting Yun Ruoyan. Li Mo was about to refuse, but Yun Lan immediately agreed. After thinking for a moment, Li Mo decided that it wouldn't be a bad idea to introduce Yun Ruoyan to the royal family, so he personally came to fetch her. The winter weather was cold, and the gardens weren't suitable for a banquet. As such, the banquet was held in Qingde Palace, where the emperor and his officials were invited. The palace guards all recognized Li Mo's sword aura, and Li Mo stopped right in front of Qingde Palace. Yun Ruoyan followed Li Mo into the great hall. As soon as the two of them entered, almost everyone's gazes landed on them. The two of them bowed to Li Xiu, who was seated on the dragon throne, and then to Yun Lan, who was seated on the throne. Yen don't stand on ceremony. Yun Lan smiled at Yun Ruoyan affectionately. Yun Lan was famous for being a smiling tiger, and it was rare to see him smile so coldly at home. But once he was outside, he immediately became smooth and slick, smiling from ear to ear. Yun Ruoyan was already used to this. However, when Yun Ruoyan turned around and revealed the fake birthmark on the right side of her face, Yun Lan's expression changed. Why aren't you wearing a veil? Yun Lan lowered his voice. Yun Ruoyan hadn't worn a veil during her stay at Kongming Academy, deliberately showing her ugly face to others. Apart from scaring away a few people who had nothing better to do, it was also a way for Yun Ruoyan to act in a fit of pique. A large part of her tragic fate in her past life had been because of her ugly face, and in this life, she wanted to use that same ugly face to fight for a different fate. Lin Zainan and Yun Ma Xiao weren't surprised that Yun Ruoyan wasn't wearing a veil and deliberately revealing her birthmark. After all, they were only concerned about Yun Ruoyan herself. However, Yun Lan was more concerned about how much benefit this wife-born daughter of the Yun family could bring to him. Yun Ruoyan ignored Yun Lan and pretended not to hear him. Yun Lan was about to reprimand Yun Lan when an unfamiliar voice came from the seat of honor. Brother, is this your new disciple, the wife-born daughter of the Yun family, Yun Ruoyan? Yun Ruoyan looked toward the source of the voice and saw a short-bearded, middle-aged man sitting on the first seat to the left of the throne. He looked to be in his 40s, dressed in a purple gold robe, and had a warm smile on his face. This must be the far-sighted king, Li Sheng, Yun Ruoyan thought. Just from his appearance alone, he really does fit the image of a virtuous king. In fact, he had indeed fooled the common folk and Li Xiu. Yes, I am. Yun Lan stood up. Her appearance is indeed extraordinary. The far-sighted king's words were impeccable, and the officials, who didn't know how to describe Yun Ruoyan's birthmark, all nodded in agreement. This wasn't the first time that Li Xiu had seen Yun Ruoyan's ugly face, so he wasn't as surprised as the others. He smiled at Li Mo. I'd wanted to matchmake the two of you, but I didn't expect the two of you to become master and disciple. Both Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan smiled without saying a word. Yen come here. Liemo sat down opposite Li Sheng and beckoned to Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan walked over and sat down by Liemo's side. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyan felt two sharp gazes on her. She frowned and met those two gazes head-on. The two gazes came from a youth who didn't look much older than Yun Ruoyan. He was dressed in a crimson brocade robe, and his back was straight as he sat by Li Sheng's side. Yun Ruoyan and the youth stared at each other for a few breaths, and the youth's gaze turned from sharp and judgmental to interested. Yun Ruoyan, however, looked away disinterestedly. Suddenly, the youth stood up and called out to Yun Ruoyan, "You're the Slaughtering King's disciple?" "Yes, what of it?" Yun Ruoyan replied coolly. The youth raised an eyebrow. "I'd like to challenge you to a duel. Do you dare accept?" Chapter 240. You want to challenge me? The youth's sudden words surprised Yun Ruoyan, as well as everyone else present. Everyone stopped their conversations and turned to look at Yun Ruoyan and the youth. "Yes, I want to challenge you," the youth replied seriously. "His Highness, the Slaughtering King, is someone I've always wanted to take as my master, but now that you've become his disciple, he's not willing to accept me anymore. I want to defeat you in front of the Slaughtering King and show him that I'm stronger than you. But I don't want to compete with you." Yun Ruoyan smiled at the youth. Although the youth looked a little older than Yun Ruoyan, at most 14 or 15 years of age, his temperament couldn't be compared to Yun Ruoyan's. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but look at him as if he were a child. You're looking down on me." The youth was infuriated by Yun Ruoyan's gaze, and he clenched his fists tightly. "Wei Hai! Don't be impudent." The far-sighted king called out to the youth, but the youth continued to stare at Yun Ruoyan stubbornly. The far-sighted king shook his head helplessly. "This child is the orphan of one of my officers. That officer passed away not long ago during a mission to suppress bandits, so I took him in as my foster son. I didn't discipline him well enough, and he's a little wild." "Oh, so he's the orphan of a martyr. How heroic." The officials all sighed when they heard the far-sighted king's words. Compared to an ordinary foster son, the orphan of a martyr held a different status. Even the emperor, Li Xiu, couldn't help but praise him. "Good child. Tell me what you wish for, and I'll do my best to fulfill it." "Wei Hai doesn't have any other wishes than to become the Slaughtering King's disciple," the youth replied. "Brother." Li Xiu glanced at Liemo, who didn't even look up from his cup of wine. "Liemo will only accept one disciple in this lifetime." Yun Ruoyan sat by the side, her lips curling up in a smile. She, too, didn't look up from her cup of wine. The relationship between master and disciple was indescribably harmonious, but at the same time, it felt as if there was something more between them than between master and disciple. But no one could tell where it was more and where it was less. Liemo had always been a man of few words. Li Xiu helplessly said to the youth, "This wish is a little difficult. Try something else, such as a high-grade spiritual pill or a spiritual weapon. Godfather has all those things." He pointed at Yun Ruoyan. "Then have her spar with me." Li Xiu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Everyone present could see how much Liemo valued Yun Ruoyan. He couldn't force Liemo, so naturally, he couldn't force Liemo's disciple either. However, he had already broken his promise to this child once. If he still couldn't fulfill this wish, how could he, the emperor, put his face in front of so many ministers? Li Xiu's slender eyes couldn't help but lose some of his emperor's authority, replaced by more of an ingratiating look. However, he wasn't looking at Liemo, but at Yun Ruoyan. "Miss Yun, in this emperor's opinion, you should compete with him and fulfill his wish." Wei Hai wasn't even a 5th-rank blade master, and Yun Ruoyan would have a crushing advantage over him. Everyone present could see this. As a result, they all urged Yun Ruoyan to compete with him. Even Yun Lan spoke up, and Yun Ruoyan had no choice but to stand up from her seat. "If you don't want to fight, don't force yourself. I'll take you away right now," Liamo said. "No need, I'll just compete with him," Yun Ruoyan replied as she walked out of her seat. The youth also walked out of his seat. "This place is too small. Let's go outside." The Qingda Hall could host 500 ministers at a time, but there were less than 100 people in the hall. The hall was still quite spacious, and Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but wonder what the youth was planning. Before Yun Ruoyan could agree, the youth walked out of the hall, and Yun Ruoyan frowned as she followed. Liamo stood up and walked out, and the far-sighted king and Emperor Li Xiu walked out of the hall one after the other, and the ministers all followed. "This should be enough, right?" Yun Ruoyan looked at the youth's back. The winter night air was chilly, and there were no stars in the sky. Yun Ruoyan channeled spiritual energy into her eyes and saw the youth slowly turn around. "All right, prepare for my next move." As he spoke, he charged at Yun Ruoyan like a gust of wind. To Yun Ruoyan's surprise, the youth's speed was far beyond his cultivation, but it was still a little lacking compared to Yun Ruoyan's. Yun Ruoyan channeled spiritual energy beneath her feet and leaped to the side. With Yun Ruoyan's current cultivation, she could leap 10 feet into the air. As soon as Yun Ruoyan landed, however, the youth immediately attacked again, and Yun Ruoyan leaped to the side again. The youth's cultivation wasn't high, but his speed seemed to be natural, and he didn't seem to know fatigue. Yun Ruoyan didn't want to hurt him, but she couldn't think of a way to stop him without hurting him. She couldn't use fireballs, as the damage would be too great. Neither of them had any weapons, so she could only use spiritual energy to attack from a short distance. As expected of a descendant of a family of generals, this youth was able to beat the slaughtering king's disciple into a corner. Actually, it's not that the youth is strong, but that Miss Yun isn't skilled enough. Some of the officials who were close to the far-sighted king began to discuss the matter, but they kept their voices low because they were afraid of Liamo. Not many of these officials had a high cultivation, and they could only make out the surface of the battle in the dark. Liamo, Yunlan, Li Xiu, and Li Xing could tell that, although Yun Ruoyan was dodging, she actually had the upper hand. Just then, Yun Ruoyan grasped an opportunity. The youth had revealed an opening in his attack. Previously, the youth's leg had been quickly retracted, but this time, it lingered in midair. Yun Ruoyan grabbed the youth's ankle, then channeled spiritual energy from her spiritual vortex and struck it. If she wasn't mistaken, the youth would suffer a bone-deep pain, and then he would lose the ability to fight. What shocked Yun Ruoyan, however, was that her spiritual energy didn't strike the youth's ankle. Instead, she felt a sharp pain in her fingers, as if she had been bitten by something. The pain left as quickly as it came, and in an instant, Yun Ruoyan's fingers turned numb. The numbness continued to spread from Yun Ruoyan's fingers to her arms, shoulders, and neck. "Mistress, you've been poisoned." Only then did Yun Ruoyan hear Qiuqiu's anxious voice. "I know," Yun Ruoyan replied. "Qiuqiu, what were you doing?" "I've been poisoned." Yun Ruoyan's tongue quickly grew numb. She saw the youth standing not far from her raise an arm, and on his arm was a spider of the same color as his clothes. "A black fog spider," Yun Ruoyan exclaimed. She had seen Li Furong try to use such spiders to harm Lin Qingxue, but she had stabbed her to death with a dagger. The spider that Yun Ruoyan had stabbed to death was identical to the one on the youth's arm, but the color was different. That one was black, while this one was crimson. "It's not a black mist spider," Qiuqiu emphasized. "It's a red mist spider, 10 times more venomous than a black mist spider. Mistress, hurry up and take an antidote." Yun Ruoyan felt her entire body go numb, and even her tongue was numb. She forcefully retrieved an antidote from her pocket dimension and swallowed it. Only then did she manage to straighten her tongue. Then, she pulled out the dagger from her pants and cut her finger, letting out the poisonous blood. The youth didn't stop Yunruoyan. The red mist spider's venom was too strong, and he clearly didn't want Yunruoyan to die so quickly. At this moment, Yunruoyan felt as if she had failed miserably. She had a higher cultivation than the youth, and she still had a chance of winning, but this youth, who was clearly weaker than her, had somehow managed to trick her. "What are you trying to do?" Yunruoyan asked the youth. "Why?" The youth's simple and honest expression was replaced by a sinister one. "Avenge my master," the young man said. "Your master? Who's your master?" Yunruoyan asked. "My master is the black-robed poison master, and Li Furong is my senior. Last night, I received news that both of them were killed by you and Liemo, and I swore that I'd kill both of you to avenge my master and senior. So you're one of those two fellows' companions." Although Yunruoyan's tongue had been straightened, it was still difficult for her to speak. "Who gave you the news?" Yunruoyan knew that the informant had to be a spy within Kongming Academy. "Why did they stop fighting?" "That's right, they've stopped fighting," someone exclaimed. Yunruoyan and the youth had left the hall during their fight, and although the crowd could still see them clearly, they couldn't hear their conversation. "It looks like they're having a conversation. Don't tell me they've become friends." Emperor Li Xiu chuckled. "If that's the case, that'd be great," the far-sighted king, Li Xing continued. "Miss Yun, I think you're a good girl." As he spoke, he turned to Liemo, "Official Yun, has your daughter been betrothed yet? If not, will she be betrothed to me?" Startled, Yunlan turned to look at Liemo, but Liemo's gaze was on Yunruoyan in the dark. Liemo was now Yunruoyan's master, and in the eyes of the Li Kingdom, a master was akin to a father. As a result, Yunlan had given up on the idea of betrothing Yunruoyan to Liemo. Yunruoyan and Liemo were now master and disciple, and this meant that the Yun family had formed an unbreakable bond with the slaughtering king. He wouldn't lose out. Now, however, another king was proposing marriage to him, and he didn't seem to mind Yunruoyan's appearance at all. Naturally, Yunlan would agree to it. However, he didn't dare agree immediately. According to the rules, he would have to consult Yunruoyan's master first. Both the far-sighted king and the emperor could see Yunlan's concerns, and they both turned to Liemo. "Brother, what do you think?" As soon as Li Xiu opened his mouth, a blue light flashed in Liemo's eyes, startling him. While Li Xiu was still in a daze, Liemo strode toward Yunruoyan. Chapter 241. Yunruoyan asked the youth who had sent him the message, but he didn't answer her immediately. Although Yunruoyan had already taken an antidote and let out some blood, the spider's venom had greatly weakened her cultivation, and she wouldn't be able to fight back for the time being. Cho could communicate with Liemo through her mental energy, but Yunruoyan couldn't. As a result, she didn't dare act rashly. If she opened her mouth to call for help, the red mist spider on the youth's arm would immediately bite her. In her weakened state, it would be almost impossible for her to dodge the spider's attack. "Mistress, if this continues, you'll be in danger," Cho exclaimed. "I'll inform Liemo." "Don't rush." Yunruoyan stopped Cho. "Let me find out who the spy is." "No, Liemo has already sensed that you're in danger, and he's on his way here. Tell him to wait." Yunruoyan hurriedly shouted. Liemo was walking toward Yunruoyan when Cho's voice suddenly rang out in his mind, telling him not to come any closer and that Yunruoyan was trying to get information out of the youth. Liemo frowned and stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the two men in the dark. If Yunruoyan was in any danger, he would be able to protect her in a timely manner. However, Liemo's actions fell into the youth's eyes. He turned to look at Liemo, his gaze sinister and smug. Then, he took out a black object from his robes and raised it high above his head. Liamo was shocked by the youth's actions, and he rushed toward Yun Ruoyan like an arrow. Yun Ruoyan also saw the black scroll in the youth's hands. The black-robed man had used it before, so she recognized it as a teleportation scroll. Liamo had mentioned that teleportation scrolls were extremely rare, and she hadn't expected that the youth would have one. The youth threw the scroll on the ground, and a cloud of white smoke rose from it, enveloping both Yun Ruoyan and the youth. Yun Ruoyan felt the world spin around her, and then she lost consciousness. Liamo's speed was as fast as lightning, but he was still a step too late. By the time he arrived, the two of them had already disappeared into the smoke. Liamo turned to the far-sighted king's side, grabbing the far-sighted king's collar with one hand and staring at him with a frosty gaze. "What do you want?" Liamo asked in a low voice. "Brother, what are you doing?" King Ming looked confused. "Where did that brat take Yen, her?" "I don't know," the Ming king denied flatly. "You don't know? Do you think nobody knows what you've done?" Liamo lifted the far-sighted king up with all his might, and the far-sighted king, whose cultivation was much lower than Liamo's. "Liamo, let go," Li Xiu said from the side. "If there's anything, ask clearly. Don't be rash." None of the officials present had ever seen Liamo so angry, and no one dared to speak. "Your Highness, just now, my daughter and the young master suddenly disappeared together. If I'm not mistaken, the young master must have used a legendary teleportation scroll." Yun Lan was the only one who spoke up because Yun Ruoyan was his daughter. "Brother, let go of me first. I'll explain everything to you." Li Xing struggled. Liamo put the far-sighted king down. "Tell me, where did you take Yen, her?" The far-sighted king coughed a few times. "That teleportation scroll indeed belongs to the far-sighted king's manor. I gave it to General Wei, and he must have given it to his son. Wei Hai has a mischievous personality, and he might just be joking. Send someone to look around." Cough, cough. "That's right, Liamo, don't be rash," Li Xiu advised. "There are so many people here, and I'm here as well. What could a young man like him possibly do? He's probably just throwing a tantrum and trying to play a joke on everyone." Li Xiu immediately ordered his eunuchs to send someone to search for Yen, Li Sheng, as long as you don't cross my bottom line, I naturally won't interfere in your affairs, Liamo replied. "You'd better have that brat bring Ruoyan back as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter what you're planning, I'll make sure it's all for naught." Li Mo's words were whispered into Li Xing's ear, and only the two of them could hear them. The innocent expression on Li Xing's face changed slightly. "What I did? What could I possibly have done?" "Liamo, what are you talking about? Even if I'm really up to something, how would you know?" Li Xing had concealed his plans for rebellion for more than a decade, and he thought that he had done it flawlessly. "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it." Li Mo's tone was cold and emotionless. "All right." Li Xing suddenly smiled. "Since you know everything, I'll make things clear. The teleportation scroll that Wei Hai used is a mid-grade one, and it can teleport anyone within 250 kilometers. Li Mo's eyes were so cold that even Li Xing felt a chill run down his spine. However, with Yun Ruoyan as his bargaining chip, he wasn't particularly afraid of Liamo. Li Xing continued, "I'm sure that my good foster son has already taken your good disciple and fled far away. No matter how capable you are, you won't be able to catch up to them. If you let me go now, I promise not to harm Yun Ruoyan's life. Otherwise, I can't guarantee anything. Do you know how much I hate it when people threaten me?" Liamo was practically whispering into Li Xing's ear, his tone so cold that it was frightening. The slaughtering king has always done as he pleases, so he naturally doesn't like to be controlled by others. However, I believe that even a dragon has a weakness, and if my guess is correct, this young lady of the Yun family is your weakness. Li Xing forced himself to remain calm. Let me go, and I'll bring back your good disciple. The choice is yours, or a life and death struggle. However, it's not a loss for you to trade my life for a little girl's. Li Xing dared to speak to Li Mo in such a manner because he knew exactly how important Yun Ruoyan was to Li Mo. Your Majesty, we've searched the vicinity, but there's no trace of young Master Wei or Miss Yun, a palace servant reported. Li Xiu frowned. Where could two half-grown children have gone? He couldn't help but look toward Li Mo and Li Xing, only to see Li Mo lift Li Xing up once more. Li Xing's pale face turned red once more, and he looked as if he were on the verge of death. Just as Li Xiu was about to stop him, Li Mo lifted Li Xing off the ground. I'll never submit to anyone. Li Mo exclaimed as a green sword appeared beneath his feet, and he sped off toward the horizon with Li Xing in tow. Li Mo, where are you taking me? Li Xing's face turned from red to white. We're brothers, after all. We can talk things over. My surname isn't Li, and I have nothing to do with the Li family. I'm sure you all know this. When Emperor Li imprisoned me in the palace, my master, the first elder of Calming Academy, paid the price, so I don't owe you any favors. Li Mo stared ahead, his eyes cold and disdainful. Whether you want to rebel or rule over the Qinyuan continent, none of that has anything to do with me. I've never wanted to interfere, but you shouldn't have set your sights on Calming Academy, and even more so, you shouldn't have touched Yen, despite knowing that she's my sore spot. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't return Yun Ruoyan to me in 3 days' time, not only will I destroy your manor, but I'll also personally take your life. Yun Ruoyan, who had been abducted, fainted after a moment of dizziness. In her stupor, she seemed to hear Lin Yuamei's voice. Yen, come here. Let Mom and Dad see you. Yun Ruoyan slowly regained consciousness, but it wasn't Lin Yuamei's voice that echoed in her head, but Qiuqiu's. Mistress, wake up, wake up. Qiuqiu's tone was anxious. Qiuqiu. Yun Ruoyan sat up from the ground. Yun Ruoyan looked around her. She was lying in a cage, surrounded by a completely unfamiliar cave. Qiuqiu, where am I? How long have I been unconscious? Yun Ruoyan frowned, her face blank and wary. This is the far-sighted king's territory, 1,000 miles south of the capital, Qiuqiu replied. You've been unconscious for 2 days. Yun Ruoyan rubbed her forehead. She was still a little dizzy, but the numbness had mostly disappeared. You're awake. Just then, a person appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was the youth who had ambushed Yun Ruoyan, Wei Hai. You've been poisoned by a red mist spider, but you've been able to neutralize the poison in just 2 days. What kind of monster are you? Wei Hai clicked his tongue in wonder. You should know that there's no antidote to my red mist spider's poison. Yun Ruoyan ignored Wei Hai's probing gaze and asked coldly, what do you want? I haven't decided yet. Wei Hai walked up to Yun Ruoyan's cage and sat down. That night, when I received news that you and Li Mo had killed my master and senior, I wanted nothing more than to tear you to shreds. Wei Hai said slowly. His face was filled with fierceness beyond his age. Then, the fierceness turned into malice. But now, I've changed my mind. I've discovered that your constitution is unusual, and I'd like to study you. Study me? Yun Ruoyan's expression changed. You wouldn't dare. Why wouldn't I? Wei Hai laughed sinisterly. Your godfather's still with Li Mo. If you dare hurt me, Li Mo won't let your godfather off. Did you really take that old man's word seriously? Wei Hai laughed. Since you're still a young girl, I'll be merciful and tell you this. That old man wanted to rebel, and he convinced my master to help him. I just didn't expect both my master and senior to die because of this. Wei Hai looked rather sad. Since they're both dead, there's no need for me to stay by that old man's side. I can do whatever I want, and that old man can't stop me. Ha ha ha. In the slaughtering king's manor, the far-sighted king had already been locked up for 2 days. There's still one more day. Liemo stood outside the far-sighted king's cell. If I don't see Yun Ruoyan by tomorrow, don't blame me for being merciless. Li Xing had a bad premonition. Wei Hai had never been an obedient pawn, and after his master and senior sister's deaths, he had no more worries. Liemo had sent word that if Wei Hai still treated him as his master, he would send Yun Ruoyan back. But it had been 2 days, and he still hadn't returned. He must have run off with Yun Ruoyan. In truth, Li Xing had only wanted to test Yun Ruoyan's position and Li Mo's heart. Although he had obtained the manual, Li Xing still wasn't at ease. The title of the slaughtering king was far too intimidating. Just hearing it was enough to make a soldier's legs tremble in fear. Even with the divine dragon's art of war, Li Xing was still worried. If only he could find a way to blackmail Liemo without resorting to weapons. Because of his fear, Li Xing had spent a great deal of effort to understand Liemo. As a result, it wasn't hard to learn that Liemo, who had always kept a distance from women, had only been interested in one woman, and that their relationship was extremely ambiguous. As a result, Li Xing had shot himself in the foot. Li Xing hadn't expected Li Mo's personality to be so stubborn. In Li Mo's words, he would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. Chapter 242. Your Highness. Su Bei walked in and reported to Liemo, "We've searched the far-sighted king's manor, as well as a few other far-sighted king's residences, but we haven't found any trace of Miss Yun." Liemo clenched his fists tightly behind his back. The reason why he hadn't released Li Xing immediately and had instead imprisoned him was because he knew that Li Xing's greatest weakness was that he cherished his life. As long as Li Xing's life was in his hands, Yun Ruoyan wouldn't be in any danger. If he were to release Li Xing as he had requested, it would be hard to say what would happen to her. It looks like the far-sighted king's become addicted to staying here. Liemo turned to Li Xing. But there's still one more day before the 3-day deadline. If I don't see Yun Ruoyan by tomorrow, don't blame me for being merciless. Su Bei had already spread the news that Li Xing had been swapped for Yun Ruoyan, but Liemo was a little surprised that there hadn't been any news in the past 2 days. Liemo couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and his expression grew colder and colder. Li Xing leaned against the wall. He hadn't spoken a word since he'd entered the cell. By now, he was almost certain that Wei Hai had escaped with Yun Ruoyan. "Wei Hai, if I ever catch you, I won't let you off," Li Xing thought hatefully. Seeing that Li Xing still hadn't spoken, Liemo turned to leave. "Liemo!" Li Xing called out from behind. "If I'm not mistaken, Wei Hai must have hidden Yun Ruoyan somewhere. Even tomorrow, he won't be able to bring Yun Ruoyan back." Liemo turned around, his eyes cold. "You'd actually use someone who'd betray you to do your bidding." "I was indeed careless this time," the far-sighted king sighed, a little vexed. "Then you'll be buried with Yen Liemo said bluntly. "Wait." Li Xing finally stood up from where he had been leaning against the wall. He walked over to the cell and hurriedly said, "I know a few places where Wei Hai might be hiding. I can take you there." Inside the cave, Wei Hai took out a dagger and walked toward Yun Ruoyan. "What do you want to do?" Yun Ruoyan stared at Wei Hai vigilantly. Although she had already detoxified the red mist spider's poison, however, when she tried to circulate her spiritual energy, she discovered that she had been poisoned by another poison. It was a kind of poison that was similar to the bone-softening powder, but it was obviously more powerful than the bone-softening powder. After being poisoned by the bones softening powder, one could still move slowly, but after being poisoned by the bones softening powder, one could only speak and not move at all. Yunruoyan sat by the side of the cage like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Don't be afraid. Wei Hai revealed a strange smile and said, I won't kill you before I figure out your secret. I just want to get a little of your blood. Wei Hai walked to Yunruoyan's side, cut her finger with a knife, and extracted some blood from a small white porcelain bottle. Then, Wei Hai suddenly sniffed and revealed a greedy look. It smells so good. I can't smell it from your body, but the smell of your blood is too strong. It's hard not to smell it. Wei Hai raised his head and looked at Yunruoyan with a greedy gaze. What kind of creature are you? A human wouldn't have such a strange smell. I'm not a creature, Yunruoyan replied coolly. I'm a human, the daughter of the Yun family. In fact, Yunruoyan wasn't sure whether she had the blood of a demonic dragon in her veins, but even if she did, she couldn't let Wei Hai know. It's fine if you don't want to admit it. I'll naturally find out. Something that gives off such a strange smell is definitely something good, comparable to a spiritual pill. Wei Hai placed the porcelain bottle in front of him and sniffed it, as if he had never smelled anything so delicious before. It looked as if it would drink the blood from the porcelain bottle in the next second. Yunruoyan couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust wash over her. Based on Wei Hai's description, Yunruoyan was certain that, like Li Furong, Wei Hai had also been transformed into a beast. Moreover, from his low cultivation, it was clear that he had also ingested some sort of medicine that could help him transform into a human. He wondered if Wei Hai was a black-armored lizard like Li Furong, or some other species. Yunruoyan didn't really care what kind of creature Wei Hai was. What she was worried about was whether he really thought of her as a spiritual pill. You'd better not have any designs on my blood, Yunruoyan warned him. There's a lethal poison in my body, one that came from my mother's womb, and it's been with me ever since I was born. The birthmark on my face is a result of this poison, and perhaps the strange smell you're smelling is also a result of this poison. Wei Hai paused for a moment, but then he smiled. You don't have to try to trick me. The far-sighted king's manor has detailed information on you. It's true that you've had the birthmark since you were a child, and that the Yun family despised you for your ugly appearance. But to say that you were poisoned is far too preposterous. I can't help it if you don't believe me. But since you have information on me, you should know that I'm the sole wife-born daughter of the Yun family, Yunlan's biological daughter. No, 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 no. Wei Hai shook his head. According to the information, you're not Yunlan's biological daughter. What? What did you say? Say it again. Yunruoyan was shocked by Wei Hai's words. Although she had always had some doubts about her parentage, Wei Hai's words didn't surprise her. Although she'd always harbored some suspicions about her birth, this suspicion was completely different from having someone tell her to her face that she wasn't her father's child. According to the information on the far-sighted king's manor, you're not of the Yun family's bloodline. You were born after your mother cheated on you, Wei Hai repeated. Yunruoyan suppressed the shock in her heart and suddenly laughed. Are you kidding me? Your joke is too funny. No wonder you don't believe me. It's hard to accept such shocking news, but you don't have to doubt the veracity of it. The far-sighted king spent more than a decade plotting a rebellion. He recorded all the secrets of the large families in the capital, and even the entire Li kingdom, in particular the scandals of adultery and the birth of children out of wedlock. In the future, these will all be used by that old man to blackmail the large families. Perhaps it was because Wei Hai and Yunruoyan were alone in the cave, and because Wei Hai was a talkative fellow, Yunruoyan tried to get more information out of him. From Wei Hai's mouth, Yunruoyan was able to glean some information about herself, and when she compared it with the information she already knew, it was quite believable. According to Wei Hai, 18 years ago, a young Master Long had moved into the Yun household. He was so mysterious that even the far-sighted king's spies were unable to uncover his origins. Young Master Long had stayed with the Yun household for nearly half a year, and during this time, he had gotten to know quite a few of the scions of the capital. Among them was Yun Ruoyan's mother, Lin Yuemei, and her father, Yun Lan. According to the far-sighted king's records, young Master Long and Lin Yuemei had fallen in love at first sight, and not long after, they had pledged to marry each other. However, Lin Yuemei's father, Lin Zainin, didn't approve of their relationship, and the two of them could only meet in secret. As for their mutual friend, Yun Lan, who was also Yun Ruoyan's father in name, he covered for the two of them. Later, when Lin Zainin was about to betroth Yun Ruoyan to another large family in the capital, the two of them resorted to Yun Lan's method. Yun Lan personally proposed marriage to the Lin family, convincing everyone that he and Lin Yuemei were in love. Although the two families had always been at odds with each other, they were still a match of equal status, and both of them had expressed their determination to marry no one else but the other. Left with no choice, the Yun and Lin families could only agree to the marriage. According to the plan, on the night of Yun Lan and Lin Yuemei's wedding, young Master Long would elope with Lin Yuemei. However, for some reason, young Master Long suddenly disappeared. Lin Yuemei thought that young Master Long had chickened out at the last minute, and in a fit of rage, she actually married Yun Lan. She settled down as a daughter-in-law and gave birth to Yun Ma Xiao. The story could have continued this way, but one day, a few years later, young Master Long suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yuemei and explained to her the reason for his sudden disappearance. Yun Lan had played an important role in this. Yun Lan had always liked Lin Yuemei, but Lin Yuemei had liked young Master Long instead. As a result, he had plotted to make young Master Long disappear on the night of their wedding. Moreover, while Lin Yuemei was broken-hearted, Yun Lan had induced her to hate young Master Long, causing Lin Yuemei to feel a desire to take revenge on him, thus achieving his goal of possessing her. When Lin Yuemei learned of this, she was filled with regret, and she eloped with young Master Long. The two of them escaped from the Yun family and the capital. At the time, Yun Lan had kept this secret a secret. Because Lin Yuemei usually lived in her own garden and rarely interacted with others, even the Yun family didn't know that she had eloped with someone else. As Yun Lan guarded this secret, he frantically searched for the two of them, but it was as if the two of them had vanished from the face of the earth. Just as Yun Lan was in despair, Lin Yuemei suddenly returned to the Yun family and became pregnant with a child. According to the records, the child in her womb was Yun Ruoyan. So, you're not the daughter of the Yun family's first wife. You're not even Yun Lan's child. You're just the bastard child of your mother and the young Master Long mentioned in this document. Wei Hai capped the porcelain bottle in his hand and put it away. Nonsense. Yun Ruoyan hugged her legs, curled up in a corner of the cage, and sneered. Wei Hai stood up and walked to the entrance of the cage. Now that you've fallen into my hands, you won't be able to live. I'm a talkative person, but I don't like to lie. I wouldn't be so bored as to lie to someone who's about to die. However, what I've said is only what's recorded in the records. Even if there's a mistake, I'm not lying to you. Wei Hai paused for a moment before continuing. One more thing, the information on young Master Long has been encrypted, and I don't have the right to read it. All encrypted documents in the far-sighted king's manor are considered secrets, and your biological father is truly a mysterious figure. Chapter 243. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Hai turned to leave. Where are you going? Yun Ruoyan asked. I'm going to take your blood and find an old man to see what kind of beast you are. Wei Hai turned back. This cave is halfway up the mountain. You've been poisoned by my powder, so don't try to escape, or you'll fall to your death. As soon as Wei Hai finished speaking, he opened his arms wide and jumped down from the cave. As he jumped, his body suddenly changed. Because he disappeared so quickly, Yunruoyan didn't see exactly how he had changed. All she saw was a feather growing out of his open arms, indicating that he was a bird. Cho-cho, am I really not human? Is my surname really not Yun? The questions that had been buried deep in her heart had finally been answered, but Yunruoyan didn't feel the slightest bit relieved. Instead, her heart felt even heavier. Mistress, if you really want to know whether or not this fellow's words are trustworthy, you'll have to personally go to the far-sighted king's secret archives. Right. Yunruoyan forced herself to sit up straight. I'll have to see for myself. Actually, Yunruoyan still had some doubts about whether she was Yunlan's biological daughter or not. In Yunruoyan's mind, before her cultivation had deteriorated and the birthmark on her face hadn't worsened, Yunlan had still doted on her. In the Yun family, she had always been the sole wife-born daughter. But as her cultivation deteriorated and the birthmark on her face worsened, Yunlan's attitude toward Yunruoyan grew colder and colder, and her status in the Yun family plummeted. If she hadn't been Yunlan's biological father, would he have doted on her for so many years? This was one of Yunruoyan's doubts. But if it was only because Yunruoyan's cultivation had regressed and her appearance had turned ugly, then why was she still so unwelcome after Yunruoyan's cultivation had recovered and she had become beautiful? And who was that young Master Long? Why had he taken her mother away and then allowed her to return to the Yun manor alone? What had happened? Yunruoyan felt as if she had sunk into a fog once more. Cho-cho could sense Yunruoyan's confusion and distress. Some things can't be answered. Perhaps the truth will surface on its own when the time comes. Master, before that, we should think about how to live well. Cho-cho's words jolted Yunruoyan out of her troubled thoughts. Cho-cho, is there any antidote for this poison? Yunruoyan asked. Yes. Cho-cho said, the bracelet's spatial pocket just so happens to have the ingredients needed to concoct the antidote for this poison. Master, do you still remember the medicine rabbit's inner core? It just so happens to be an important ingredient for concocting the bones softening powder. But I can't use my spiritual power right now. If I can't use my spiritual power, I can't concoct medicine. Yunruoyan said helplessly. To use spiritual energy, one had to guide spiritual energy from the spiritual vortex to the hands through the meridians. The meridian softening powder caused the meridians to be blocked, making it impossible to draw upon the spiritual energy in the spiritual sea. Master can't, but Cho-cho can. Cho-cho's tone suddenly became cheerful. You can use spiritual energy to refine the antidote? Yunruoyan looked at Cho-cho incredulously. Ever since Cho-cho had become Yunruoyan's contracted beast, it hadn't had much spiritual energy left. It was only later that Yunruoyan found out that Cho-cho had been severely injured while fighting alongside the Beast King, causing its spiritual energy to be almost depleted. Now that Cho-cho was suddenly saying that it could use spiritual energy, Yunruoyan was naturally quite surprised. Yes, Master, Cho-cho replied. During this period of time, Cho-cho has been cultivating in the pocket dimension, and I've recovered quite a bit of spiritual energy. I should be able to refine an antidote. However, there's something I haven't told you yet. What is it? Yunruoyan asked. That stalk of amaranthine sun contains fire-attuned spiritual energy that'll be of great help to Cho-cho's cultivation. Without your permission, Master, Cho-cho used it to cultivate. Cho-cho was a fire-attuned Chilan beast, and the amaranthine sun was also a fire-attuned spiritual herb. In fact, Cho-cho had unintentionally discovered that the spiritual energy within the amaranthine sun would flow into its spiritual vortex along with the spiritual energy in the bracelet's pocket dimension, greatly increasing its spiritual energy. However, Cho-cho knew that the amaranthine sun was also very important to Yunruoyan, who also cultivated a fire-attuned spiritual technique. That's great! Yunruoyan exclaimed. She naturally didn't mind Chocho using the amaranthine sun, and was very happy that it could help Chocho recover its spiritual energy. Now that Chocho's spiritual energy has recovered, it can be my assistant. Yes, once I've recovered 80% of my spiritual energy, I can try to break the bracelet's seal and regain my freedom. Chocho's tone was excited. Because Yunruoyan couldn't use spiritual energy, she couldn't use her spiritual sense to enter the bracelet's pocket dimension. She could only quietly wait for Chocho to refine the antidote. She sat there quietly for a while. With nothing else to do, she couldn't help but think about her own birth. Whenever she thought about it, she felt as if she were shrouded in a fog. In order to divert her attention and kill some time, Yunruoyan took out a dagger from her trousers and began to cut the iron bars of the cage. The dagger in Yunruoyan's hand was made of dark steel. Although it wasn't a spiritual weapon, it was still able to cut through metal as if it were mud. However, the cage seemed to be made of a special kind of metal. After a long time, the dark steel dagger only left a faint white mark on the cage. It was almost impossible to destroy the cage with a dagger. However, if she had spiritual energy, it would be a different story. If she were to infuse her 7th rank cultivation into the dagger, she would be able to unleash the dagger's full potential, and there was a chance that she would be able to break through the cage. Mistress, the antidote is ready. After about 15 minutes, Chocho's voice rang out in Yunruoyan's mind once more. Mistress, open your hand, and I'll give you the antidote. Unable to use spiritual energy, Yunruoyan couldn't even grab items from her pocket dimension. So far, she only had the ability to communicate with Chocho telepathically. Yunruoyan opened her hand, and before long, a light-colored pill appeared in her palm. She swallowed the pill, then sat cross-legged and began to meditate, waiting for the pill to take effect. After another 15 minutes, Yunruoyan slowly raised her hand, and a flickering flame appeared in her palm. The antidote had taken effect, and her meridians had finally been cleared. Yunruoyan stood up from the ground, gripping the dark steel dagger in her hand. She slowly drew out spiritual energy from her spiritual vortex and infused it into the dagger, causing it to glow with a white spiritual light, and its power instantly increased several-fold. Yunruoyan raised her hand, about to chop at the bars of the cage. Just then, Chocho's voice rang out in Yunruoyan's mind. That brat's back, mistress. Now that you're out, you can teach him a lesson. Yunruoyan stopped chopping at the bars. After a moment's thought, she put away her dagger and sat back down in the corner of the cage. Didn't he say that he would use my blood to show others what kind of beast I am? Yunruoyan asked Chocho. I'd like to see what kind of beast I am. As soon as Yunruoyan finished speaking, a black shadow flew over from afar and landed at the entrance of the cave. This time, Yunruoyan could clearly see that it was a strange, gray-feathered bird that she didn't know the name of. The gray-feathered bird stopped at the entrance of the cave, and with a shake of its body, all its black feathers fell off, revealing Wei Hai's human form. Not bad, you're quite obedient. Wei Hai smiled when he saw that Yunruoyan was still sitting there as quietly as when he had left. You seem to be in a good mood. Yunruoyan opened her half-closed eyes and looked at Wei Hai. I'm probably a pretty good beast, aren't I? Wei Hai chuckled, but didn't answer Yunruoyan's question. Instead, he sat down by Yunruoyan's side and looked her up and down. Wei Hai's gaze was very subtle, and Yunruoyan found it repulsive. What are you looking at? Yunruoyan frowned, slightly angry. Wei Hai chuckled again, his gaze becoming even more ambiguous. I didn't think I'd actually picked up a treasure this time. What do you mean? Yunruoyan glanced at him. What I mean is that you're a treasure, Wei Hai emphasized. I was going to kill you, but now I'm going to raise you. Yunruoyan finally looked at Wei Hai seriously. Since I'm already in your hands, there's no need for you to hide anything from me, is there? Tell me, what did you find out about my blood? Ever since Yun Ruoyan had discovered that she possessed a demonic dragon's bloodline in the demonic dragon grotto, she had kept this matter to herself, not even telling Li Mo about it. She had always wanted to prove the truth of this matter, and it was clear that Wei Hai knew something about it. In response to Yun Ruoyan's question, Wei Hai continued to smile ambiguously. No wonder the slaughtering king, despite his reputation for staying away from women, is so close and protective of you, even raising you as his disciple. He must have known about your precious constitution, which is why he's willing to pay so much for you. What did this have to do with Li Mo? What precious constitution? Yun Ruoyan's frown deepened as she patiently listened to Wei Hai's explanation. From your expression, you don't seem to know about your precious constitution, do you? Wei Hai looked at Yun Ruoyan with pity. TSK, how pitiful. What do you mean? If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Yun Ruoyan's patience was about to run out. I'm far more honest than the slaughtering king. On one hand, I'm raising and using you, and on the other, I'm lying to you. Wei Hai finally cut to the chase. I'll tell you the truth, I brought your blood to the old tortoise, hoping that he'd be able to determine why your blood had such a strange fragrance. In the end, he couldn't tell what you were, but he discovered that you possessed a precious constitution. What constitution? Yun Ruoyan asked. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.